That's right. It's time. Back. We back. Long have you waited? EBA overrated. VTubers think I'm outdated. That's it. Drama time stream activated. That's right. I have returned with a message. The message is one of war. Peace. Not this week. Civility out the window. I have been slandered. I have been attacked by one who I considered a friend at one point. And you know what? We got to get into that today. So welcome back, everybody. Welcome back to the stream. Welcome back to the VOD. It is indeed a brand new day. It is not cognac, Jacob. It's my morning chilled green tea. Oh, I'm sorry. Have you never been to Japan? Oh, I'm sorry. Have you never drank from a bottle of Ito En at 8:30 in the morning to get your caffeine in? Oh, well, you know, when you're cultured like me, you know, I get my caffeine from overpriced Japanese import green tea. So now as you said, it looks like green tea. It's fucking Ito En. What do you mean, bro? It's the green bottle. It's like yeah. Shut up. I have my regular water too, but I didn't finish my caffeine, man. I didn't finish my little jolt from the side of the neck, you know. That's right. So anyway, good morning, Alana. How's it going? What's up? Good to see you. What's up, Guapo, Blaze? What's going on, Kai, Jacob? Good to see y'all. What's up, Atari? Ella's here. Oh shit, man. Thorkin. Who else is here? Summon the almighty Evan Blair. Does that work, Bylong? Have you ever tried to summon me? What would a summoning ritual to summon me actually look like? Good morning, Steph. What's going on, guys? How's it going? Good to see y'all. If I missed anyone, listen, man. It's the way it is. It's lucky. You know, it's what you'd expect. Anyway, that was apple juice, to be honest. No, it's just chilled green tea. So I usually drink it with breakfast if I have breakfast, and if I don't have breakfast, I usually drink it when I wake up. So, but I'm behind today. I'm running behind because I was so infuriated. I was so just wounded, hurt by being called out by one of my colleagues, one of my fellow streamers. All right, now here's the thing. In the Twitch partner contract, you have a clause that you sign that says that you will not slander or go particularly hard on other streamers. Twitch doesn't want their streamers fighting, but when you're an affiliate, you can say whatever you want. And apparently one such affiliate, some VTuber named Ashy of Heart, has taken deep exception to my Final Fantasy XIV takes. Now, if you guys remember, the brand new expansion came out. Well, revealed. The brand new trailer came out. It's revealed. We know what it is. It's called Dawn Trail. And I had some predictions. All right. Let's just analyze here. Let's just see, how were my predictions? Hold up. What do you like the thumbnail? You like it? Is this good? All right. Here's all I said. Just have yourself a listen. Tell me what you think. Obviously the painter job. Yep, true. Obviously Blitzball. Yep. You know, because no, there's no Blitzball. Exactly. Obviously a painter mancer, a green mage. I agree. And obviously it's going to be a pirate. Yeah, true. You know, I just want to say how correct this take is. You know, there's obviously going to be a pirate, obviously going to be a painter mancer. You know, it's not no one, you know, no one's surprised. I thought this was an obvious take, but you know, this is true and real. Some sort of pirate, swashbuckler, corsair. Yep. Because when the Warrior of Light was holding on to the invisible imaginary sword, he had it. Teaser trailer. you know that if there was some sort of cutlass there, it would have been obvious. Also,
Yep.
I think that in the actual animation, when we get the full trailer, the Warrior of Light is not going to be using that weird straight short sword. The Warrior of Light
What's he going to use, Evan?
Cutlass.
A cutlass. A
Pog champ, because you're going to be a pirate this expansion.
That's all I said, man. That's all I said. That's, you know, that was what I said. But apparently, Ashy
took exception to that. By the way, I have 2 YouTube editors right now. I have 2 YouTube editors. In case you guys are wondering, I'm going serious on YouTube. I have some real videos coming out. I have Miss Bizarro is one of my editors, but also this video was edited by Ashy of Heart. This video indeed was made by Ashy of Heart. Twitch.tv/Ashy of Heart if you want to follow one of my editors. And I paid her for this exposure. So yeah. So there you go, man. But she trapped me, man. She made this video for me. She's like, Evan, here's your correct take. Here's your completely correct take. I could leak the DMs. I made a small little edit for you. She edited in some graphics, some information graphics for me. So I thought, you know what? I'll post it. I'll post it. And look at how viral this video is going. 21 double-digit views, and almost half of the people liked it. All right, that's huge. Look at the comments. Comments are all agreeing with me, right? First, exactly, the first correct opinion, second correct opinion. Anyway, right, so let's just see what she said about it.
Okay, Evan Blair art.
Yeah.
I know what the Dawn Trail jobs will be.
True.
Let's hear.
Obviously the painter job.
The painter job, you think it's gonna be?
Yep.
You think it's gonna be the painter job? Okay, first off,
I know
you
it.
even play Final Fantasy 14? Are you just one of those refugees who's like on the free trial? Like, there is no painter job in the history of Final Fantasy, and anyone.
Do I play Final Fantasy 14? I want to address this drama first and foremost out of the gate. Not only do I play Final Fantasy 14, I have finished A Realm Reborn. All right? Completely finished A Realm Reborn and Heaven's Ward. All right? I'm a level 70 paladin. Do I play Final Fantasy 14? What's my slash blade? What is it? What is it? What's my playtime? Slash playtime. 100 days, 2 hours, 53 minutes. Wow. Crazy. Looks like I'm kind of an expert at the game, actually. Wow, Fuji.
Who's played any of the real games would know that. There have been some more minor references, like yes, there is a character who conjures thoughts and images into reality.
Yep.
Sure. But you have to remember as well, we're going to Mercidia.
Yep.
We're going to Mercidia.
Obviously.
Mercidia is heavily related to Final Fantasy VI. And while, yes, there is a painter girl across the series somewhere who does some stuff, sure.
A single one? Okay.
VI. Do you don't even know what characters are in Final Fantasy VI? We're talking Terra. We're looking for a new caster job, and we're going to a...
Listen, Ashley, I was playing Final Fantasy VI when you were still a PNG. I don't want to hear this from you, all right? These fucking VTubers, all right? I was playing Final Fantasy VI before Nyanners was an anime cat girl. I was playing Final Fantasy VI back when VTubers were the eventuality of Vocaloids. All right? Fucking was I playing Final Fantasy VI?
Place based on Final Fantasy
Jeez, man. What is this?
We're gonna get some sort of mage that's using a sword, that's casting a lot of magic. Some sort of like sword mage type class. Like, think red mage, but objectively better and a strict upgrade in every
Okay,
way.
well, red mage players suck, so...
actually getting.
Yep, that's fair.
Why do you think that we don't see Alphinaud? Because remember, we have the twins, right? So Alphinaud, who just
The twins.
isn't in the trailer visibly. So clearly he's got another new job. He's thrown away Sage. He has...
Maybe Alize and Alphinaud change colors of what they wear. Maybe we did see Alphinaud in the trailer. Maybe we didn't see Alize. Do you think that, Ashy?
job class syndrome where he just changes over and over and
Yep.
over again. He doesn't know what job he wants to play. He's leveling all the classes.
Mm-hmm.
He's gonna go get a sword-based casting class to go with his sister, because his sister's a red mage. So he's gonna become some sort of sword mage.
Right now.
Maybe Steiner from Final Fantasy IX or Terra from Final Fantasy VI. Like, that's what we're looking at here.
Obviously Blitzball. Yep.
Okay, never mind. I take it all back. Evan knows
Yep.
exactly what he's talking about. We are definitely getting a Blitzball class. Like, if you look at the
Yoshi P
classes,
said we
We have
weren't.
4 casters. We have Blue Mage, Red Mage, Summoner, and Black Mage.
He said we weren't.
We have 5 melee classes. We have Reaper, we have Samurai, we have Ninja, we have Dragoon.
And we're gonna get Pirate.
We only have 3 Fizz ranged classes, though.
We're
So
not getting
it makes a
Blitzball.
lot of sense for them
Nope.
to add a new Fizz ranged class to the game.
We're not gonna get a Ball
because
Mancer.
then we'll actually be able to
We're not
play
gonna get a
around
Ball
with stuff
Handler.
Like, hey, we only have 3 Fizz
Sorry.
ranged. So we're gonna go get Blitzball as the class where you'll play as a sentient Blitzball that other players throw around.
You know, because
New
VTuber
sounds
wed.
right.
Blitzball. Obviously,
Wait,
paint.
what do you mean no Blitzball? Like, are you gonna throw around these? Are you just gonna list like 50 jobs, and if one of them is right, you're just gonna be like, oh, see, I knew what I was doing.
Yeah.
I said we'd be getting a Blitzball class. See,
Yeah,
it's
true.
Right here, and you'll just like take the 1 second out
I
of
just-
context. You'll ignore.
I just want to agree with myself here, real quick. Just ignore whatever Ashley's saying. Just agree with myself. There will be no Blitzball, unless there is Blitzball, in which case I called it, and you know that.
Everything else, you'll just insist that you called Blitzball class because you said the word Blitzball once in this entire video.
I was playing Blitzball
This is clearly just
before
clickbait
you were a
behavior here.
JPEG.
Intermancer, a green mage.
Oh, a painter. Yeah. Green mage. Wait. I'm sorry. You're just gonna say green mage
Okay.
is the same.
Watch Ashley
as
just
artists.
fall
They're
over
just-
her
they're
own
just the same
argument right
class
here.
now. They're entirely different classes. Green mages are heavily support focused. They have protect.
See what she's forgetting about. There's no painter. There's no illustrator class. There was a character that painted stuff once. No technical mage that's gonna do that. Here's the thing. When has Final Fantasy XIV ever respected classic mages? All right, the Black Mage. Okay. Traditional Final Fantasy, Black Mage casts spells, kills enemies. Okay, what is that? Simple. Black Mage in Final Fantasy XIV. You have to have a PhD in computer science to be able to cast your rotation properly. Not true to form. Okay, the Blue Mage, actually interesting. In Final Fantasy XIV, a furry LARPer. All right, the Red Mage, classic Final Fantasy trope. What is the Red Mage? Good. Final Fantasy XIV, what is the Red Mage? Where we put our old people and Zoomers. Okay, the Green Mage is what they're going to use as the base for their new class, the Paintermancer, because there is historic grounds for there to be a Paintermancer. See, what Ashley forgets as a player of, newer Final Fantasy games, I bet she, really loved 13 too. Oh, Lightning's my favorite character. I wouldn't be surprised. I'm not putting words in her mouth, but I wouldn't be surprised if she put in 13 and actually enjoyed Lightning in the first half of the game. But there has been a painter mage, but Ashley might have forgotten the Final Fantasy X's gun mage. That's right, painting players' guides before Google existed. So you know what? I'm just saying there is grounds for this. We're gonna get gun mages. What is it gonna be? Gun mage sounds like green mage because green mage are support characters. They're support classes. And what does that sound like? Oh yeah, Google. So the gun mage was the green mage of Google that supported you playing through the game. That was an actually useless class. Thus, a support class in a new age is the green gun mage, which is going to paint stuff because the gun mage painted pictures of how you're supposed to kill enemies before Google existed. So I don't understand how this is such an obvious connection to the dots. I don't know, man. I don't know.
They have shell. They have like they're kind of like the
Yep.
white mage complement classes, and honestly, they'd be more likely to be a healer than a caster anyway.
How dare you? I love my red mage Resbot, whose only purpose in the raid is to res people and then backflip off the arena. SMH. Look at these VTubers coming in here, man. Just because one VTuber has a wrong take, my chat's full of them now. All right, where do they come from, man? All these PNG anime girls are in here up my ass about my correct Final Fantasy 14 takes. All right, what's next, man? I'm gonna have Shia Lily and Arendelle in my chat calling me out. Holy shit, man! God
But, I
damn.
mean, I guess you're an artist, so you want an artist job to be in there because
Thank you.
I know you're working hard on like your D&D whatever it is in the background, like.
Yep.
And
Okay, sure.
obviously going to be a pirate.
Yep. Yep. My D&D world that you can support on patreon.com/EvanBlairArt. Yep.
I mean, I don't know. I mean, maybe there's. Like, this is probably the safest take on the planet. Like, this is just such a, like, mild
No.
take, I guess, but...
No.
I mean, you're probably not wrong. We'll probably get something pirate-related.
Yep.
Just... Even if it's just glamour. Like, maybe we'll get some, like, cutlass...
Glamour.
For, like, paladin or...
You think we're getting glamour in this expansion? I'm calling it. Yoshi P's been stealing all the good ideas from World of Warcraft. Yoshi P stole Mythic Plus. Yoshi P stole player housing. Okay, World of Warcraft was talking about doing player housing years before Final Fantasy XIV was even a glimmer in the eye of whoever the original person that made Final Fantasy XIV 1.0 was. I forget the name. Shit. But I do have the collector's edition for original 14 and the cool little authenticator it came with. But I don't have the account anymore, so I don't get the cool tattoos in game. They stole Mythic Plus. They stole the idea of player housing. They stole the idea of being good at raids from World of Warcraft. And they're gonna steal transmog in this expansion. Mark my words. The glamour system will be dead. Transmog will reign supreme. We'll actually have a reason to go back and kill old raids.
You know, some sort of pirate, swashbuckler,
Yep.
corsair.
True.
Evan, you can't... You're not gonna play as a gaming mouse. You're not gonna play as a You think they're gonna... What is it, a crossover? It's a sponsorship? Like... You think that there's going to be a crossover between Corsair, the mouse and keyboard company,
Maybe
and
Razer.
Final Fantasy XIV to make a new job around... What, is it just going to be the RGB class?
Maybe.
Is it just
Maybe.
the RGB class, right? Like, come on, what sort of take is that?
Because
Look!
when the Warrior of
They're not
Light
gonna
was
do any
holding
just
on to the
class based
invisible
on that.
imaginary
They've made classes on
sword
dumber
to
things
teach you.
before.
Oh, yeah, they're holding an imaginary sword in the teaser trailer.
He
Oh,
is!
Yep, just they're holding a magical invisible sword in the teaser trailer. You just can't see it. It's definitely there, and it's definitely a cutlass, and we're definitely getting a pirate class.
Thank
and
you.
it's
She
definitely
agrees with
called
me,
Corsair.
finally.
All because there's an invisible sword that I can see that you can't see in the opener.
So, Ashley thinks she's very clever saying there's no RGB class. Really? Really? What was announced for glamour dyes, Ashy? That's right, 2 dyes per item. What does that mean? Any sort of consistency in how your character's appearance is going to look color-wise is going to go out the window. You're going to have RGB characters all over the game, all right? I'm talking pink and purple Lalafels. There's going to be female Hrothgar sporting green tank tops with yellow trim, fucking purple pants and red shoes. It's going to be hideous and gaudy. It's going to look worse than Ella's computer, okay? Like, it's all right. Just, you know,
Right?
fucking.
Like is that the take here? Is that the...
You know that if there was some sort of
Yep.
cutlass there, it would
Like, I mean, outstanding anime choice at least. Like, you've got some Neurosama in here, you've got some Fate Stay Night in here. Like,
Yep.
great choices,
have
but
been obvious.
but, I-
Also,
Yep,
I
true.
think that in the actual animation,
Yep.
when we get the full trailer, the Warrior of Light is not going to be using that weird straight short
Nope.
sword. The Warrior of Light's going to be
Mm-mm.
using a cutlass.
Yep. Watch it.
I mean,
Watch
we
it
already
happen.
Have cutlasses. Like, we already have like big curvy swords. Like, have you not seen the ninja job? Like, we have the ninja job. It
People play Ninja? I haven't met the ninja yet. Either of them.
has big curvy swords. We have like cutlasses for paladins
Yeah.
and stuff like that. Like, I do think we're gonna get some. I do think we'll probably get something in there because, like,
Yep.
I know we really need something to complement scouting because they have 2 maiming classes now and they have
Yep.
2.
Who's gonna
shooting
share the
classes now.
gear?
So, like, I guess Corsair being a melee that has scouting armor.
Thank
I guess
you.
That does make sense, I guess.
Wow.
And maybe have a pistol.
VTubers can put their pride aside.
They're not gonna put guns in Final Fantasy. That's the stupidest take I've
Oh,
ever
yeah.
heard. I can't
Okay.
believe you've even
Yeah.
just hide that at the end. They're just, oh yeah, and they'll have guns.
Yeah, you're right. No, you're right about that one. Okay.
The melee class
I'm sorry-
will have
I'm sorry,
guns.
man.
When has a melee class ever had a ranged attack?
That's
Like, yeah,
yep.
Ninja has
True.
the ninjutsus and stuff, but like,
True.
those are very elaborate, like difficult mechanics.
Yep.
That's kind of like a skill issue. They're designed to be like a payoff where, like, if you're good at the ninjutsus,
Look, there was Squall Strife from Final Fantasy 6. Don't forget. Squall Strife did have a gun with a sword attached to it. Don't forget that.
then you can use them as ranged attacks, but you have to plan your rotation around that. Like, they're just gonna give the class a gun for just like, oh yeah, just shoot the enemy.
Yep.
Like, even machinists, they have like an
Stole it from
actual,
Warcraft.
like, type of like special ammo that they use. They're not just gonna give this thing a flintlock pistol. That wouldn't, like, the only type of gun it would have is maybe an Allegan gun or something like that, or, but I mean,
Allegan. Wow, that's a throwback.
like, what is Merluk just gonna secretly retroactively be this job?
It's gonna be Pog. It's gonna be a pirate this expansion.
Okay, yeah, sure. It's the pirate expansion. Okay, enjoy
Yep.
your Pirates of the Caribbean, sure.
South Seas.
Enjoy your Pirates of the Caribbean, Evan.
Thanks. I will. Because, you know, it hurts to be so correct. You know, look. These VTubers come in here with their drama. I get it. Ashy's a new player. You know, she's never played any other MMOs. She's never played any difficult games. No Path of Exile. No, no Final Fantasy 15. No World of Warcraft Mythic rating. No Fall Guys. Like, I get it. I get it. Casual gamers have a different perspective on games. It's a whole different. You know, I don't want to bring it up, but look, after my hundreds of followers that told me about this morning told me that Ashy did proceed to wipe on Millennia for almost 6 hours after this take. So, do you really believe somebody who can't even kill Millennia, all right, while underleveled? You know, I don't. It's up to you, man. It's up to you. But you know what we're gonna do? We're gonna give it a like. We're gonna subscribe on the alt. You know, just because we're gonna be decent humans. So there's the video, and you know, Ashy might not have she might have stolen my content and reacted to it and didn't put my channel anywhere on her video. That's fine. I'm not gonna DMCA copy strike her. You know, the last time I did that to somebody was Alinity, but I'm not gonna do it to Ashy. I'm gonna be above that. You know, I still think we should go give the video a like. You know, she does as a growing VTuber need some support, and I think as a elite gamer, you know, I need to be here for her. So I'll convince her. I'll turn this opinion around, and we'll help her out. We'll help her see the light of the invisible cutlass, of you know, the Giga Chad that is the green gun Paintermancer mage. You know, which honestly, what they could do in the game is they could very well just add in a yellow mage. What they might do, they might add a yellow mage and have the first prestige class in Final Fantasy 14 where you have to be both a yellow mage and a blue mage, and then you get to access to green mage. But you know, we're still waiting on purple mage, so who knows if that's gonna happen. Anyway, that's the drama. That's you know, there it is. If they had a green gun Google mage, I'll write an apology video. All right, if okay, dude. All right. Okay. Anyway, so today we got work to do, man. We got things to do. We got things to get through. We got a whole bunch of projects. I'm not gonna react to Ashy's video then wipe on a project for the next 6 hours. I'm gonna actually do something. So today I was thinking that we do a little bit of concept work towards our end of having player options in my little D&D thing that Ashy so kindly shouted out. I did appreciate that, Ashy. We're gonna actually create our player races, which is something that I've been thinking about for a while, something that I've been thinking about for you know, a couple months now, of the first sort of options and unique kind of traits that you can earn as a player in an Eldara game. So the Mithara, yeah, the Mithara are I don't have them, but they're on my D&D notes somewhere. Where's the Mithara? Where are they? Where are they? Mithara, no. Moth people. There we go. Ah! Wait, why is the color off? Why is it off? There we go. There we go. There it is. At least for 2 of them? The fuck? Our Mithara needs some work, man. We got to figure out a design for them. We gotta actually create some sort of a storyline because the Mithara I want to be this sort of like elder race or whatever of older sort of legendary kind of like rare, like a Mithara is going to be a rare creature to find in Eldara, a rare individual that one might stumble across. And so much so that that they are going to be the smallest of the major sort of large groups of different you know, races or species across Teleria. There's going to be, I think, 12 of the sort of the major options, but I'm leaving room in there for basically anything you want. Because like I think it's important for D&D that if you want to be like a hot demon, or you want to be like a cool like slug man or whatever, you should be able to do that. And so I think that it's responsible to say, sort of as a D&D world or whatever, that one can find a little bit of anything and everything in this game, in this world. And what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna create sort of the main 12 or 13, and then we're gonna have precedent set for like something in the lore describing that there is going to be a lot of people that you've never seen and different, you know, wildkin, because it's the wildkin we need to worry about. It's not the original. No one wants to play like, oh, I'm gonna play like a cool like chainmail dwarf. What's a chainmail dwarf, Evan? Well, it's a dwarf, except their skin is made of fucking chainmail, bro. And you're like, how don't they just bleed everywhere? No, man, because it's mithril. It's mithril chain. All right, that's how you say it. I might be an expert on these things. I did watch Lord of the Rings one time, so you know, don't quote me on this, but if you need to, you can, or whatever. And so you can play that. And I want there to be lore. Like I don't want people to feel like they're out of canon, because you can say, and I'm actually not sure about this, how people feel about this. You can say that something is canonical or non-canonical, and it shouldn't matter because you're playing in your own version. But what I learned this lesson from Star Wars is that canon is important. You know, that when you say that suddenly everything isn't canon, people are like, what? My favorite story isn't canon anymore? And it kind of kills it for some people. It killed it for me when it first came out, that Disney was removing canon for everything, you know? Because my favorite Star Wars story is Knights of the Old Republic 1 and 2. That's my favorite Star Wars story. Beyond like the movies. And when Disney just said, hey man, Evan, bro, and I'm like, what's up, Disney? And they're like, yo, remember Star Wars The Old Republic? Knights of the Old Republic 1 and 2? I was like, yeah, the best RPGs BioWare ever came out with. And Disney's like, oh shit, yeah. And I'm like, what about it, Disney? Are we getting a new one, a remake, KOTOR 3? And Disney's like, nah, bro. So KOTOR 1 and 2, we're actually moving to a special category. And I was like, a special category, Disney? And Disney was like, yup, it's called Legends. I was like, oh, like a status of like legendary Star Wars stories. Like these are the important stories in Star Wars. And Disney's like, uh-huh. And so there's gonna be Legends and then canon. And I was like, so like legendary canon. And Disney's like, no, your Star Wars stories don't matter anymore, you fucking nerd. All right, go home, write some shit on Reddit, because nobody cares about what your opinion is. And I was heartbroken. So I realize there is sort of an importance to saying that something is canonical or non-canonical. And when you say to a player, your adventures in this game world are non-canonical because you want to play a bugbear, to me that feels bad. So I don't have to ever write any lore about bugbears. I might think bugbears are dumb, and I'm pretty sure bugbears are actually exclusively Wizards of the Coast, and I can't write them anyway because Wizards of the Coast will charge me 3 cents every time I say bugbear, and so now I owe them 12 cents for this stream. So man, if you got a Twitch Prime, anyway. So I don't want to say that your character isn't canon, but there are places in the world where there's uniqueness that you can sort of be a part of, and you aren't part of the main story. You aren't your unique character traits, your race, your class, your whatever is sort of, it's like kind of blending the idea of your own canon and then canon. It's like making your own, it's like, okay, I'm gonna try staying without having a stroke. It's like canonizing your canon as actual canon that isn't canon but still canonized canon. I might have had a stroke. I don't know. You missed the drama, Garthen. Yep. What's up, Soji? What's up, LV? Pinkerton's incoming. Shit. Wait, did I say bugbear too many times? Ah, damn it. Now I owe them 15 cents. Crap. Damn it. Okay. All right, LV. I gotta watch out. It only kills with me when it bleeds over. I see people with theories that are like, in this one obscure book, Luke's son was a Wookiee. That's why Rey is going to discover her lost brother, and I just have to like sigh and ruin Santa for them. Why would you ruin Santa for them? That's cruel. Even not even Rey Palpatine deserves ruining Santa Claus. Yeah, I don't know. I feel there was a sting for me that when they removed canon for all the good Star Wars stories. I understood the need to condense Star Wars, and so when they said, "Hey guys, we're gonna remove everything from canon, and then we're gonna slowly reintroduce things as time goes on," I thought that Disney was gonna say everything's gone just because it's easier. Then we're gonna look at each individual piece of work and build a canonical timeline with that work. And I'm like, oh, okay, so they're gonna introduce the original sort of stories of the Jedi and Sith, and the Jedi Civil War, and the exile to Bogan from the Sith, and then the exile to Sith even beyond. Okay, we're going to talk that, and then we're going to canonize the Old Republic and Darth Revan and the Sith Emperor and those stories and Darth Kreia, and then we're going to canonize Darth Bane and the Rule of Two, and like some of those things in between might get cut because they're not that great of stories, like maybe the Jedi Nobles or whatever from Old Republic, like Lord Hoth might not make it. I don't know, man. And then we're going to rebuild the timeline. I did not realize Disney was, when they said, guys, we're going to remove everything from canon and then rebuild it, they meant rebuild it by making their own shit. So, that's like I still haven't given High Republic a chance because I'm still a little bit bitter about it being the replacement for Old Republic. And the other thing that kind of makes me a little bit wary, or made me a little bit wary of High Republic, that made me not want to get into it, is when they were announcing it and talking about what High Republic will be, and they're saying, well, this is all the things Star Wars is. And when they talked about what all the things that Star Wars is, Star Wars was none of those things. So I was like, are these writers out of touch, or is this gonna be good? I don't know. So I just haven't given it a chance, but I actually kind of want to go read the comics and see if it's good. So I haven't had coffee yet? Okay, I'm sorry. Sorry, LB. I thought Star Wars will never go with the Yuuzhan Vong direction. Too cool to be canon? I don't know. So I read Legacy and all that stuff, and I'm of the opinion that the Yuuzhan Vong were a little bit shark jumpy. Like, they were cool and they were the legend story of what happened after, but if they canonized Old Republic but didn't canonize Legacy and the Yuuzhan Vong, I don't know if I would have been mad about that. And if you guys aren't sure what the Yuuzhan Vong are, they were this like alien like bug species basically that came in from outside the galaxy in like post Star Wars, and they were like immune to the Force, basically, more or less. It's complicated, so you couldn't force powers them and shit, and it was a whole thing. It was kind of weird. Some you either loved that storyline or you hated it. Very few people were kind of in the middle. I was kind of like, oh, this is cool, but I don't know. They are trying to slowly reintroduce it, but it's really cherry picking, and I think they're only doing that because they struggled a bit with the main movies. The problem is, so Ashley, are you trying to think about the examples of like how they reintroduced Darth Bane and how they're like using the term heir to the Empire with the new Ahsoka series? Because I understand what you mean if you're saying that they're trying to reintroduce some things, but what I was hoping is they would just take like the Bane trilogy and just canonize it. Just say, these books, Rule of Two, Path of Destruction, and I forget what the third Bane book is called. These are just a canonized story. Here's a new re-release of them with our Disney logo all over it, and here you go. You can read the canonical way that the Rule of Two is established. I thought that's what they were gonna do, and not just say like, oh, Darth Bane, we're gonna use that name in Star Wars Rebels or Clone Wars, last season of Clone Wars. And then it's not going to be Darth Bane. It's going to be a skinny little dude in a samurai mask and not a giant Giga Chad barbarian bro. So, moment episode 8 flopped. They started talking a lot about the High Republic, which is implied they took to take place after the Old Republic. Which I'd be okay with if that's like I would like Disney just to I wanted them to re-release, to do that, because they talked about re-releasing and doing the remastered version of KOTOR 1. I wanted them to remaster and re-release KOTOR 1 and 2 as a single game with maybe some extra content, some extra like missions and stuff on it, or an extra storyline or something like cool. Sure, whatever. There's lots of great cut content from the original games. And just say this is a canon story now, and High Republic is like after. It's like it's implied, but it's not like I want them to commit to it. You know, I want them to actually say like this is really great Star Wars content, and we're gonna go with it. And that's like, you know, because that's gonna make the Star Wars graybeards like me happy. But I don't know, maybe High Republic is awesome. I haven't read it, I haven't tried it. Now that it's like more accessible and there's like a lot of issues of it, and there's like apparently some books and shit, I'm probably gonna give it a try, because as much as I'm like maybe like more of a fan of certain Star Wars more so than others, I just kind of like Star Wars. And I think I want to just like jump into it and give it a chance and see if it's awesome. Because like the one thing I love about High Republic is sort of the medieval aspect of it. Like it feels very like medieval fantasy, and it's like that's Jedi at their strongest when the story of Jedi anyway, I think. So I'm hoping it's great. I don't know. But yeah, so I want to canonize like non-canonical races in Eldarum. So if you want to play your story is canon in your home game. And although my story might not reference your experience when I write the next module, I still want players to get a sense that their story is their canonical events or whatever. Sort of like playthroughs in games. Like, what's a good example of a game that a lot of people played? Like, okay, think about it like this. Baldur's Gate 3 is coming out tomorrow on the 3rd, which I might actually play on stream. I might do my first gameplay streams for Baldur's Gate. Baldur's Gate 3 is coming out tomorrow. People will consider their playthrough as their canonical playthrough. And although the next game might not reference certain things and choices and whatever that you made in this Baldur's Gate game, kind of like a Dragon Age or you know, a Mass Effect game, it's still your story. And you talk to other players about like, oh, when you found the hot bear druid, did you smash? You know, and it's like you might have canonically. Your friend might not have, because they're not a weirdo. Like, who knows? It's crazy, right? So I want players, when they go through the Eldarin adventures, to have that sense of like their story is like the one that's important, you know? They didn't try to physically delete the prequels and movies. It had biological ships and tech. Yeah, that's true. Wish they had done some of that, but at least like Thrawn is implied to be the same Thrawn as from the books, which I do appreciate. I think referring to Thrawn as the heir to the Empire in Ahsoka is like Dave Filoni doing the best he can. You know, that's like he didn't have to do that, but he did it. And is Thrawn is the heir to the Empire in the Thrawn trilogy? You know, that's what people wanted from the prequels. No Star Wars fan that was like deeply invested in Star Wars, and I will admit this is a fringe sort of like group of Star Wars fans that have been dedicated Star Wars. I mean, maybe it's not that fringe. I don't know. Dedicated Star Wars fans since the original trilogy, since the prequels, all that stuff. All Star Wars fans want, like existing Star Wars fans wanted when when Disney bought Star Wars, is they said, great, write Heir to the Empire or write Lucas's trilogy. One of the two. Do it. You have two great options here. You have George Lucas's trilogy that he created about Leia and Darth Maul and Darth Talon and all this cool stuff, you know, where Leia's sort of like originally supposed to be like cleaning up the galaxy and the crime lords and the Hutts, they're all whole thing, and Luke's building the Jedi Order. Do that. Or do Timothy Zahn's Heir to the Empire. You have two great choices here. And they did the J.J. Abrams thing. People were like, okay, I guess. All right, you guys are being pretty safe. Which is fine, you know. It's a choice that they made, which is a fine choice. But I don't know. I think removing a lot of stuff from canon was kind of a bummer, you know. And it's nice that Filoni does have those nods in for like saying, hey, like in Rebels, he references Ashla, the dark side and the light side of the Force, as Ashla and Bogan. And originally, and I might be mistaken, but I'm like 99% sure, it's been a long time, but Ashla and Bogan were the name of the moons of Tython, where, oh shit, I broke my pen. I think we're good. Wait, are we good? Hold on, are we good? Are we good?
Hold up. It's fine. It's just the nib. It's just the nib. It's fine. New nib day. New nib day. New nib day. It's fine. We'll replace the nib. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. I don't need to buy another $100 pen. It'll be fine. Everybody's so concerned for nothing. They'll be fine. Ah, where's my nibs? Where are nibs? The fuck? Where are my nibs at? Hello? Nibs? Want to buy nibs? Not on that one. Not on that one. Where the hell are my nibs? I keep in one of these little drawers. I will ravage these drawers to find them if I have to. I'd really rather not. They should be in a little tiny baggie. Because if they're not in here, I have zero clue. Zero idea of where they could be. That'll make today's stream a very short art stream. Oh, okay, we're good. I think we're good. I think they were wedged behind my harmonica. Yep. We're good. We're good. We're good. Switch to 14? Yeah, I'm just gonna play 14 all day. Sorry if you guys came here for art. Alright, let's try this. Let's make sure I didn't break my pen. My pen is broken, but it's just the plastic around the pen tip. Alright. Alright. Let's make sure it works. Alright. Oh, thank God. Oh, thank God. Alright, we're good. We're good. Oof. And you guys are worried, man. Y'all are worried over nothing. Y'all freak out, man. Everybody's all worried. It's fine. So, the Mithara. We should do some, at least, like, Thrawn implied the books, and they got the writer on board. Yeah, they did get Timothy's on to rewrite it. We're not canonizing Starkiller. They do a lot of, like, leaving the room for you to assume, trying to imply they never commit to it. That's fair. I mean, that's better than, I guess, just saying outright no. Running a hyperdrive through a ship as canon. It's... So, they did sort of fix that. In episode 9, I think they mentioned it, and I'm pretty sure Poe said something like that whatever her name was, maneuver, is like, that was a 1 in a million, like, that'll never work, or whatever. So it's like, okay, you know, at least they acknowledge that was not, like, a common thing that you can do in Star Wars movies or whatever. Holdo, that was her name. That's right. More premium content. Yeah, okay. All right, relax. Listen. Okay, so we have the Mithara. They've been sort of designed. We also started designing our rabbit folk because we have a couple. We have the list here. Let me get the list. Google Docs. Let me get the list out of the Eldara races / species. Where are they? Scroll down. Oh yeah, the Azael. I forgot. All right, so here's our list. We have humans, the Elvari, which are elves, the Rith, which are our dwarves, the Awar, which are our gnomes, our Ducerians, which are our purple orcs, because I've decided that I want my orcs purple. And there's nothing you can do about it. There is no amount of criticism, no possible argument anyone could make to me as to why my orcs should not be purple. Now, I understand people like orcs. Orcs are cool. Mine are purple, and they really like Magitech. The Geminos are tieflings, although there are multiple types of Geminos. There are 2 types of Geminos. There are the tiefling Geminos, and there are the smooth-horned Geminos.
There's actually various different types of Geminos that exist. Then we have our Wildkin races, because we have to have a place in our D&D world for the furries. All right, but we have to slowly convert the furries to anime weebs. Because again, every single fantasy IP, game, movie, whatever it is, has to commit to either the one side or the other, the furries versus the weebs. You can't have both. You can't please both. Unfortunately, you have to draw the line. World of Warcraft, a game for furries. Final Fantasy, a game for weebs. Lord of the Rings, a movie for furries. Game of Thrones, a movie for weebs, or a show for weebs. It's the way it is. So we have a Rokari, which are our fox folk, which we have an illustration of Rokari. For Dragonkins, we have our we don't have a name for them. They're just called Dragonkin for now. Our Mithara are our moth people. Our Windra are our rabbit folk, which we're working on right now. We have our Nyathar, which we've always known exist, and there are our Azael, which are our merfolk. And then we also have our Sornox, which I have written Sornox into different parts of Teleria, but I have not made art for them yet. So the Sornox is something we need to actually make concept art for. And then of course there are the lesser seen races of Teleria that do exist, that we know there'll be a character or two maybe here or there of them, but they're not a major player. They don't have a major, like a major country or a major hold. They might be, you know, rare to find, or people that you find sort of like in and around other civilizations, a small city here or a small town there or whatever, of mostly these people, whoever they are. So this is really just a category for wherever we want to dump any of that in. We have art for humans. We don't have art for our elves or our dwarves or our gnomes. We have an art for our Ducerians. We have art for Geminos. We have art for Rokari, Dragonkin, Mothfolk, Windra. We're doing it right now. Nyathar, we have a couple of pieces, and our Azael, we have one. So I want to do like a selection screen, if you can imagine that, like in a lot of the way I'm going to base character creation and customization and like starting, you know, stuff for this game is sort of based off of old school D&D and video games. You know, I want there to be sort of like almost customization screens. So I want to design like sort of cultural clothing for each, you know, culturally common clothing, let's just say, for each of our different player options. Figure out some key features of them, you know, like for our Windra, they usually wear loose ninja or loose clothing. They have ninja-like vibes, sort of that loose and tight wraps. Capri length pants for some reason, because they show off their fucking calves. Flowy capes, long fluffy hair, wood weapons and armor, things like that. So I want to create a little bit of a design brief for each of these options so that players really know when they jump in and say, hey, I want to play one of the Eldarin race options for my character. There's a lot for them to go off of, for them to make their own art and their own character while still fitting in sort of the canon of Teleria. And obviously there are, like, players are very, I've always said this, players are very selfish in their storytelling. You want to be part of a group in game because there's something about that group, that currency the group creates, that you find interesting. So an example for Star Wars would be like Jedi. You want to be a Jedi because Jedi are cool. Well, what do Jedi look like? Jedi wear their little capes. They got their little cloaks on. They got their tight wraps occasionally. Okay, but I want to be a Jedi that wears cool baggy pants from the 90s that, you know, with like lots of chains and shit. And it's like, well, is that common Jedi clothing? No. So you want the currency of being respected in the world that like a Jedi would be, but you don't want to fit into the uniform. So we need to create the uniforms for our different classes, our different orders, our different organizations, and of course our cultures here. But we need to understand that players are going to deviate. So maybe a player will like the cool ninja-like clothing, but they'll hate the asymmetry that I've created in the design. They don't like the idea of the wood armor. So they're going to create... Why is Eunice sitting at the door staring out towards the hallway? I just glanced over and saw movement in the corner of my eye. And she's just sitting at the door with her back to me, staring out in the hallway. Is this like one of those moments where people say their dogs can see ghosts? Hi. What's wrong? She looks sad for some reason. She might be looking for her shoes. We had to put away her shoes because she was being too obsessive over them. Oh, she was waiting for Ella. That's what it was. Okay. Okay. That makes some more sense now. Coming soon now to a climate near you. Winter is now called Classic Summer, and summer is now rebranded to New Summer. Also spring and autumn. Ah, shit. Only if they do classic hardcore, Babuki. I made that joke to Ella. Wait, what? What joke to Ella? She's very excited to see Ella right now. For some reason. You were gone forever? Oh, okay. A whole 20 minutes. That's why she came in here to sulk. Hmm? Oh, she was asleep? Okay, that's fair. That's fair. So, so yeah, what I want to create sort of a basis for what things players can take from our catalog of design here for our characters. And I think that ideally I would like to do a lot of concept art per culture, but that's a lot, you know. A lot of concept art does equate to a lot of concept art, and I think it'd be an ambitious task to do 2 characters for each one, or two sort of like very basic kind of unit. Would you stop being goblin? No. Okay. Yeah, two illustrations, 2 character arts per, so that's not going to be too much to bite off, I think. And then you just sort of pick a very kind of like classic example of what you might find out of sort of the basic male female option, like you would in a character selection screen. And then however you want to sort of change or deviate from those designs, that's like up to you, you know, obviously as the player to make those deviations. I will conform to sort of a canon organization of how these characters look, but that's to create consistency and to build currency so that our players can deviate without, you know, losing sort of that coolness that race or that culture, whatever, has, or that order. Because we also need to think about this for like paladins and astral sages. Like, what does it look like for a paladin of a certain order to exist in the world? Because I think that's kind of like a important feature in a lot of video games and a lot of like stories and fantasy novels and whatever, is like the coolness of what does it look like to be part of a certain organization or something. I know that like Warcraft, people want to be part of the Silver Hand as paladins. That's pretty cool. You want to put your Silver Hand tabard on, show that you spend 100,000 gold in Wrath of Lich King on it. You want to, in Star Wars, you want to be a Jedi. In Lord of the Rings, you want to be a Gondorian guard or some shit. Yeah, the Kirin Tor in Warcraft is also a great example. And so like I think that's part of a, I don't know how you guys feel about this, but I think that class fantasy is like really not explored really well in D&D. Like, not that it's like a failing, oh, D&D's doing something wrong. It's that D&D just doesn't really give a shit about class fantasy in the way that I think that they could, to really emphasize the experience of what it means to be. It's like D&D now is very focused on the character's story, which isn't a bad thing, but it's I think missing something if you are throwing away all of the possible currency that you build from being part of a cool order or something, or an organization, or part of a club or a group or a tribe in game. You throw, in order to sort of like create originality in the character, I find that they throw away a lot of that. There's not a whole lot of descriptions or depictions of like what it means to be a paladin for D&D. And I think part of that's intentional, because maybe they're like, the optimistic take on it is that they're assuming that people are going to create that fantasy within their own games, and so they don't want to define it as the game creator of what it means to be a paladin. Because I mean, maybe they do this in worlds, like I don't know what worlds that D&D is writing stories for, but maybe if you go look at like their general sort of like Faerun stuff, what does it mean to be a paladin in Waterdeep or something like that? Maybe there is more information on that. I'm not aware of it because I don't play in D&D's official worlds. I play in my own world. So, but I do think that in like 3.5 and like older editions of D&D, they did focus more on the experience of what it meant to be you know, a class or part of a certain order. I don't think it explored it all if we compare D&D to WoW Legion, for example. So WoW Legion is the example that I'm going based off of here. This is the model that I'm framing it, is the experience of players in WoW Legion. Because like you picked a paladin because, or a rogue because you liked maybe the you one of two things happen in Legion. You either picked a paladin or a rogue because you enjoyed the aesthetic of them and you enjoyed the fantasy of it. And so when you build a class fantasy heavy expansion where you talk about what it means to be a paladin or a rogue, and for you guys who don't know, in Warcraft Legion they had these like order halls, and there was these storylines within your class. So all the priests got a cool order hall, all the paladins, all the shamans, all the warriors, they all got these individual order halls that you could only go to if you were that class, and it was dripping with that fantasy. So the mage class order hall was like a mage tower, sort of. There was like arcane experiments and libraries and floating books, and kind of like was like a magic school mixed with like a laboratory for arcane experiments, mixed with like, you know, like kind of a noble tower of I don't know, that kind of like ostentatious design that you'd sort of expect out of like some kind of high fantasy Harry Potter meets Final Fantasy or whatever. The rogue order hall was like you had to go through like a secret entrance to get there, and it was like the Thieves Guild, where there was all sorts of trophies and treasures and stuff all around, and it was based in the sewers of the city. You know, the warrior class order hall was based on sort of like a Valhalla type thing, where you ascended to the Skyhold, which is where the Titan Keeper Odin assembled the greatest and mightiest Valajar, the warriors, to do combat with each other and to eat and drink and to tell stories of battle. And so you got to go there as your class, and you got to go follow the storylines in that order hall. You got to go through your class story, and there was a lot of really interesting stuff that happened there, which didn't fit everyone's class fantasy, but it fit most people's class fantasy. And that was a really good eye-opening experience for me, that people really love their class fantasy. Because like I said, you either did one of two things with players there. You either started them on a class because you liked that class, and you're like, I want to be a rogue, I want to be a hunter, I want to be a druid. Or what they did is a player would pick a class because they like the rotation or the gameplay or whatever it is from that class. And then a lot of them would find a lot of love in being part of a club or a tribe or a group where they're welcomed in. It's like you might have played a shaman just because you thought shamans were, like, this happened with a friend of mine, my friend Mike. He played a shaman because he doesn't really care about lore and story and all that kind of stuff. But he played a shaman because he liked the rotation of the elemental shaman. He liked the caster, he liked the chain lightning, all that kind of stuff. He liked the way it played in game. But then when Legion came out and he was playing his shaman, he was like doing the storyline and going through, and he's like, man, it's really cool to be part of like an order. It's for them to be like, oh, this is like what it means to be a shaman in World of Warcraft. And so I want to bring that into Eldar and like trying to figure out how to build that into a player's individual class story, so that when they have these class stories playing out, you get a sense that you are sort of fulfilling a storyline that is designed and tailored for your choices that you made when you were like creating your character. You know, because I think that character creation choices are important, and D&D especially, they're not taken lightly. Very few people I know don't care what race, class, items, weapons they use in D&D, because they're just, oh, I just want to use the best. What's the highest damage output? You know, and the highest survivability. Okay, I'm going to play a barbarian with a great axe of this whatever, this race, this whatever class, this whatever. You know, that's very rare in D&D, I think. It's not as common for players to do that as it is for them to choose to be the reason why you choose to be a UNT pureblood, I don't know, barbarian is it's for a reason, because you like those things, you like the story of it. The Viera, yeah, it was either the Viera or the Haragon. This is our we had two existing options here for how to do rabbit people in our D&D game. We either had the D&D option, the Haragon, or the Final Fantasy option, the Viera. And so we had to choose one or the other. And we chose the important features of the Viera, and they're gonna be really tall. I think the average Windra is gonna be like around 7-ish feet tall, like plus or minus a couple of inches. But I want them to be like really fucking tall. Major Order Hall is my favorite. I love that place. I loved all the Order Halls. Like they all spoke to me in some way, Tharkin. I leveled every single class to max level in Legion, and that was probably the most fun I've ever had playing World of Warcraft. Maybe second most fun, but it's hard to say with Wrath of the Lich King. What, you know? It's hard to say with Wrath of the Lich King because of the timing as well. Wrath was just like at the right time in my life. But I think on gameplay alone, I think Legion was probably my favorite because I got to level every single class. I played through every single mage tower. It was great. Played Shaman because I was the 9th on DPS on healer stack on my second on effective healing. Now, if you play a Shaman today, you could be first on healing and last on damage from the healers. So, you know, same experience. How do I marry a Copper Dragon in D&D given the pairing is compatible? How do you marry a Copper Dragon in D&D? That's easy. So step 1, Copper Dragons enjoy President's Choice brand bronze chocolate, which is basically milk chocolate with as much milk and sugar in it as possible. You see, Copper Dragons have a sweet tooth, so you want to try and find a Copper Dragon the sweetest chocolate possible. Then you want to give it to them in the largest quantity possible. Now, if they're colossal, that means you need to hire at least 1,000 bakers and 1,000 confectionery masters, which are easy to afford if you're a high-level adventure. You just need to put the call out for across the kingdom or the realm, wherever you're at, to make a giant statue of you, okay? Like a 12-foot solid chocolate statue of you, offered to the Copper Dragon, and if the Copper Dragon will do one of two things at that point. They will either marry you on the spot or eat you along with the chocolate you. I can't guarantee which will happen. Good luck. I think I'm missing the rogue and priest mage towers on my side. That's rough. It's fine if you like went and got 1 or 2 and that's all you wanted, but if you got all of them except 1 or 2, that's actually rough. I'm sorry to hear that. But it was great later on in the expansion because you could get your 2 legendaries very easily because they had those basically bad luck protection for all of them. You get your 2 legendaries very easily, and then you could get your Antorus like 4 or 6 piece set bonus from LFR, and that was enough to get through most mage towers pretty easily. You know, like you could I'm not a master player at certain classes, but I still managed to get everything, every single spec, every single class. The hardest ones I found were the healer class that had to do the Ravencrest Tower event. Some of them really sucked for me. Like I think Druid, I had the wrong legendary, whatever, that really sucked. And I remember Priest really sucked too. So I don't know. It was a long time ago as well. That was in the good days of Warcraft, which Warcraft is apparently really good right now. I just don't have time to play it, which sucks. It's either Warcraft or Final Fantasy 14 right now, and I have a lot more to do in Final Fantasy 14 than I do in Warcraft. So I'm playing that right now, and I think Ella and I are going to play tonight. I played a little bit yesterday, which was fun. So Yuna, what was that bork? Young lady, you are not supposed to bork at me while I'm streaming. I'm going to exile you from the room. You understand? I'm throwing you out now because you borked. Don't look at me all sad. Don't spit that out. Why do you have a fern? She just ate a fern leaf. Okay, well, I'm glad they're not toxic to dogs. I'm glad we looked that up to see if ferns were, or if this type of fern was toxic to dogs. And it is not, because she just straight up ate a leaf or a frond or whatever. So there's that. I need to throw my dog out. Unit, come on. Let's go. Let's go. I'm throwing you out. Puppy. I'm throwing you out. No, you can't. No, Yuna. You can't just... Where are you going? Yuna. Yuna. Come here. Come here. Come here, puppy. I'm throwing you out, okay? If you have an opportunity at some point in time in your life to get a dog, don't get a dog. Alright? It's nothing but work. It's nothing but sacrifice. And you get nothing in return. Alright, wait, you just want to sit on my lap all day? Are you gonna sit here and be a good girl while I work? Maybe? No, she's goblin. Alright, I'm throwing her out. I'm throwing her out. Say goodbye, Yuna. threw her out. I tossed her into the cold, dark hallway and closed the door. We're talking about concept art for our different races and species in D&D today, Thorkin. So I wanted to do some concept art for each of the different classes. So we might finish this piece for them. And I don't know how deep we can go on each like sketch, but I want to try and actually, I don't know, do a decent sketch for each of them. So let us work on our designs we had previously started. And maybe we can turn these into actual like proper designs, because I want to make like a page for each one, you know, like a proper page that goes over the stats, the abilities, and all that for each. Just checking. Mods, can you hear Una barking from the other side of the door? Is that coming through on stream? I hope not. She's barking at me. Yes, you can hear her barks from the other side of the door? Oh, God. Okay. Okay. Una. Wait, where are you going? Unaleska, Silmeria, Y'shtola, Pancake, Blair. Come here. I got your shoe for you. Alright. You sit and chew your chew like a good girl. You understand? And be quiet. I'm trying to stream to the Dragon's Claim. I'm not holding that shoe for you. I'll hold this one for you. I'm not holding that one for you. Also, boldly feel spoken to it, and the mods are called. Well, I like anyone could tell me. The mods are the only people that like if I ask for, I don't want to just ask randomly for, you know, it's not your responsibility to help me with the stream. The mods like volunteered for that shit, so like I wasn't just gonna like ask if anyone could hear, because then I don't want you feeling like, oh, I should. Someone needs to tell Evan, shit, I need to alt tab back over to my stream. Because I know I'm on your second monitor. I know you're, like, working right now, pretending to work at, like, whatever you're doing during the day, like fucking insurance or some shit, or grading papers or whatever. And you're listening to stream, you're chilling, we're hanging out, we're talking about cool fantasy shit, hopefully. And, you know, Mandari's not live, that's why you're here, so it's fine. And then I don't want to make everyone feel like I'm just I needed anyone to let me know, you know? At least the mods volunteered for that shit for some reason. I still don't know why I have any mods, like I still don't know why anybody actually decided to help me out with my bullshit with this streaming thing, but they did, so here I am. Second, you believe in that? I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't think anyone's like actually ever actively watching my stream. Just like dedicated sitting there watching, staring at my stream. I think streaming in general, even in the last couple of years, is like mostly second monitor content for even big streamers. Unless we're talking about something where like people are like really engaged in chat and we're like having discussion. I think for the most part, my stream is designed to be like second monitor streaming. I think most good streams are designed to be second monitor. You know? I'm unblinking? Oh shit, okay, Blueberry, I'm sorry. I didn't factor in the sheer force of will that you might have. That's fair. We're here to bully you with love, apparently. Apparently. All my net is shit so severely delayed. Busy, that's okay. That's okay. You're not missing anything by not being delayed. All you're missing out on is Una's tiny borks. Una, you can't bork. Hey, what, you want me to hold your tiny little chew for you? Okay. The problem is Ella's out right now getting glasses, so I can't just throw Una at Ella and say, here's your problem now. Here you go, Una. Here, let me... Does anyone else's dog do this, where they demand you hold their chews for them while they are chewing it? Or is that just like a Yuna thing? Is she broken? I think she might be. You missing Uniform. Stairs into Evan's Souls? Jesus. I do it sometimes chill. Most time you're on the third. Excellent. Excellent. That's what I like to hear. The third monitor. I got upgraded from fourth monitor. Because monitor 1 is your work monitor. Monitor 2 is your games monitor. That's where you got. It's where you're playing, you know, your MMOs or whatever, or Baldur's Gate or some shit. And then monitor 3, man, that's where I come in. Monitor 3, tab 14. Hell yeah. All right. All right. I'll upgrade myself. Don't worry about it. She's perfect. She's not perfect, okay? She is a deeply flawed goblina that I need to figure out what to do about because she is ruining my productivity. I need, like... I don't know. I need, like, an office space somewhere outside of the house. Or a room that Yuna's never allowed into. Where she can never come bother me while I'm doing important things like reacting to YouTube videos from VTubers who want to start drama with me because I'm a flesher. I'm a flesh tuber, man. Okay, you got your big chew now? There you go. Which end do you want, Yuna? That end? Okay. Got it. Hopefully this way of holding her chew is good enough to not get borked at. Flesh tuber nerf sounds right. Hey, I didn't create the name. They are the ones that created the names. I think maybe we should start making flesh tuber a slur. You know? Like we need to make the VTubers because right now non-VTuber streamers are like a second class streamer as far as I'm concerned. We deserve the same rights that VTubers should get. I was watching Shylily before my stream started today, and she gets this TTS of somebody saying like, hey, you look really good today or whatever. And I was like, wait, isn't the same model every single day? Is that something that happens to VTubers? People come in and like, wow, you're really beautiful today. Like, wait a minute. You do understand, right? I don't know. Maybe they get it, maybe they don't. What's going on, Six? It's a slur on OnlyFans if flesh tube. Yeah, that's true, actually. I forgot about that. Okay, fair enough. Blizzard announced hardcore release dates on the 24th. It is on the 24th. I'm excited. I'm going to try Thorkin to get Ella to play hardcore with me. I'm going to play a healer class, and she's going to play something cool. Or it's going to be the other way around. And we're going to play together, and it's going to be fun. She doesn't want to play hardcore because she doesn't like playing hardcore games. I think it'd be fun. So my ability to play hardcore will depend entirely on Ella's desire. Other than that, I'll probably level up a hunter or something on my own. I want to pick a class that I've never leveled in vanilla. You know, and I never played... What did I never play? I never played Rogue in vanilla. I never played Warlock. I never played Shaman. Well, I did play Shaman a little bit, so... You know... What? What is your problem? I will chain you to the couch downstairs until Ella gets home. Don't think I won't. I'll put your fucking leash on, tie it to one of the feet of the couch downstairs, and close the door so I can't hear you screaming at me because you don't want to chew on your chew. Alright? This fucking dog, man. She's She's obsessed, bro. Alright, she's good. She's being well behaved now. Randomly text my friends saying that they look amazing. You just randomly text your friends saying they look amazing. You're like, hey, you look great today. Wow. Is that what friendship is? Telling your friends you don't even know they look good, what they look like on any given day, that they look amazing? You can do that probably with your friends that don't play a lot of video games. Because you text, like, I don't know, you text one of your gamer friends and you're like, yo, you look great today. Like, what do you mean? I've been playing League of Legends for 46 hours. I haven't slept. I haven't showered in 5 days. What are you talking about? Maybe it works for them. I don't know. Okay. Flowy pants. We got to figure out what kind of boots. So our rabbit folk, one of their whole, like, uniqueness is that they can jump really, really far. They can jump like 15 feet into the air or some shit. It's like impressive and scary when you see it. If any class is likely, or if any race is likely to be a dragoon, it's gonna be them. So I need to figure out what kind of like cool rabbit boots or shoes they use. What, like, I don't know, maybe we make them look like they're wearing sort of like athletic, because like I think the original idea was to sort of make them look like they're wearing kind of like fantasy athletic gear, sort of like ninjutsu tracksuits almost, yoga pants and shit like that. So they have like a bit of a flowier top, and they always wear like much tighter like fitting pants, and they have like the capri length sort of cuffs or whatever. And so we need to figure out what kind of shoes. Like maybe we'll try and like make the shoes look like kind of athletic fantasy. I don't really know how to do that. You like cool materials or whatever. Wrap them up so they're kind of like ankle boots or whatever. Yuna, what are you growling at? Baby, what are you growling at, sweetheart? You can't be so pissy that I'm not holding your chew for you the way you want. Ah, no lickies. Come on. You can't be so moody. You can't be so demanding. I can't have you borking on stream. I can't have you growling on stream. Do I need to put you downstairs with your licky mat full of peanut butter? Did I get you shut the fuck up? Will peanut butter do it? Because currently you're going in air jail. Belts? Pretending that we're hiding under each other's beds? Oh, that's weird. I kind of like it, though. Come back to Evan saying, I haven't showered in 5 days. Which, wait, your water broken or something? No, man. I'm talking about the average gamer friend. You can't just tell them they look good. Okay, you're in air jail now. Now what? Now what? What do you think of air jail? That's what I thought. You gonna be behaved or are you gonna be exiled? I will exile you. I don't care. I'll put you outside with some treats. Good girl. That's what I thought. How's your rash doing? How's your rash feeling? She had an allergic reaction to something. We don't know what. Oh, I know you want your chew. I know you want your chew. I know you want your chew. Alright. There you go. There you go. Be good. Be well behaved. Alright. What is your problem? There's your chew. Oh, you want the little one. Okay. She wanted the little one, guys. She got a big one and a little one. I should have known. But yeah, I mean, there's already enough belts in this character, Thorkin. I don't think we need more. Unless we do need more, in which case... I guess I was wrong. We'll do, like... Her little growls. Alright, you know. Come here. Come here, puppy. Come here, puppy butt. You're gonna be exiled again. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Alright. I'm exiling you and your little bum. Got it? Come on. Let's go. Alright. I tried. I tried. Tried to keep her happy. But she's getting too moody. She's getting fussy. She's at that stage, you know? No, there is no pet the Yuna, alright? Okay. Trying to make, like, fantasy sneakers is hard. Because they're inherently very non-fantasy. I want them to kind of be like, maybe like weaponized.
Hey husband,
for some.
Discord Plaza KTHX.
I don't know why I was expecting somebody other than Ella to say that. Ella, you need to come fix your dog. I'm helping Ella pick out glasses. If Ella existed on stream, I'd get you guys to help me pick this out. Let's see. 1, 2, or 3. 3 is awful. Never do 3. 1 and 2 look the exact same. Actually, 2's better. Okay, 2. The wider one, flatter, or also come get your dog, please. She's yelling at me because we didn't take away all of her shoes. She still had access to the tiny ones. All right. She also calls him husband IRL. She does. Unfortunately, she does. It's traumatic. All right. Yes, Ella. I like pair number 2 the most. Cool. And also come get your dog. And also stop subbing at tier 3. That's a lot. That's 40 months, man. 40 months. Whoever thought that I would be streaming long enough for somebody, anybody, even Ella, to be subbed for 40 months? Like, holy shit. Who would have actually thought, man? Because certainly not me. Alright. We'll do a little fur padding thingy. Not rabbit fur. Is that weird? If you have, like, if you have an anthro race, like, let's say you have a race of, I don't know, cow people. Is it weird? They can't possibly eat steak, right? Like, if you have a race of rabbit people, there's no way they eat rabbit, right?
if they're based off of the wild god of rabbits, there's no fucking way. It's not like Yuan Ti or whatever, right? Because didn't they hate the non-purebloods or whatever? Cannibalism. I don't think it's not cannibalism, but it's just weird, right? These are questions for Baldur's Gate, I think. We need to ask this tomorrow. Miss Lunch today? Yes, Dragonborn. You missed the great drama of me being called out by a bunch of VTubers. They came and raided my chat and were talking shit about my Final Fantasy 14 opinions. It was crazy. But after that, you missed a discussion on canonization of stuff in media. Star Wars was the example we used, and Eldara. And Dragonboard, how do you feel about? Do you know, Dragonboard? Do you have an opinion on Star Wars canonization, or are you much of a Star Wars fan, or do you not really pay attention to that or care or whatever? So we're talking about basically how to do players in D&D need everything they do in the world to be canonized, or are they cool with their stories being like uniquely their own and not part of like the main canon of the world? You a Star Wars fan? All right. So do you did Legends get so like Knights of the Republic 1 and 2 were my favorite Star Wars stories outside of the movies? Are you or were you miffed or upset, or did it take away any of the joy of those stories because they weren't canonized for you? Because remember Disney said like, oh, all those things you love, well, guess what? They're legends now. Or did it not matter to you? Because I'm basically trying to figure out how canonization in my world should work. And whether or not an individual story should be like how to handle individual players not having a canonized story within Eldara. Or if it's different in D&D than it is in other media, which I do think it is inherently different a little bit, but all right, those are cool. I like those. I like the idea of them having like some kind of like steel tip to their shoes. Because if they have the power to like jump 15 feet in the air, they have the power to literally kick some face in. So I kind of want there to be kind of a like, you know what'd be sick? Okay. All right. What would be sick is if the Windra had some sort of martial arts, like some sort of like Taekwondo style kicking based martial art that was like unique to them. And so you could have a monk or whatever. You're like playing an elvish monk and you're like, I've trained in the art of Windra Kickwondo or some shit, you know? And it's like culturally, it could be like a big deal or something. The real question, do you have cannons in Eldara? Yes, Cobalt. I have cannons and guns in Eldara specifically because of you. You are the reason why flintlock pistols and cannons and gunpowder exist in Eldara. Did you know that? EU and when Disney didn't canonize, but then they changed the names and stories and made them less good, was poo-poo. But in Filoni I trust, making the Clone Wars, the Rebels, and slight canon or canonizing has been amazing. Thrawn, Maul, Ahsoka. I guess it's between you and your players. Everything can be tangent at, or everything can be an alternate timeline and universe. At the table, it's fun in games, in my opinion. Yeah, okay. So there's not like as much. There's more of acceptance for like the fact that your group's version of like a story is like your group's canonization of that. You know, like you don't need it. Like basically, if I say, do you feel limited if I say there are like 12 main races in Eldara that you can pick from? And like, let's say your favorite race that you like to always play in every game, you know, a Goliath or whatever, doesn't exist in my world because that's like Wizards of the Coast IP, and I don't want that shit in my world because then I can't do anything in my world outside of D&D. Do you feel like, oh, because Evan never references Goliaths, I feel like I can't play one? Or do you just like create your own like sort of like, oh yeah, sure man, Goliaths are a thing in this world because I want to play a Goliath, and we'll say they're from this island that Evan hadn't named or whatever, and I'm going to name that island Goliathotia, and I'm going to be a Goliath from Goliathotia, and all Goliathotians are versed in Dejarik, so we can all play Dejarik and it's great. You know, I don't know, man. Up to the world builder, that's fair. I'm flattered. Also, I do not recall what tangent I resulted. Okay, So the reason why there is gunpowder in Eldara is because Cobalt and I had a conversation, and it's basically the story of the Aldarians that sort of took and stole all the Aldarian magic knowledge and locked it away in the desert. The stuff that couldn't be destroyed. The shadowy sort of group that went around to remove all the, like, because the Aldarians basically blow themselves up with nuclear magic, more or less. So they want to remove all, like, that. Like, the Aldarians said we were not wise enough for this power. We were removing it from history. We're not. No one should know how to do this right now. We clearly aren't. No one in the world is wise enough to own this power. So they went through, after they had basically blown themselves up, the remaining, like, the shadowy sort of special forces of the Aldarian military that was on campaign when they came back to their homeland being destroyed. They went through and removed and eliminated and destroyed all information relating to how to cast magics, like ancient Aldarian magics at that level. But some of it couldn't be destroyed. Some of it had to be, like, some of it was on, like, enchanted tablets that could not be destroyed. And they didn't want to bury it or hide it or whatever. So they stole it and have this vault, basically, in the desert of all of these, like, ancient magics that are the most powerful magics in the world, hidden under the sands and these tombs in the most desolate, hard to live in place in the world. And they also swore off magic themselves because they're like, we're not using any of this magic. So they had a necessity to create technology that could compete with magic. So that's why we have pistols and gunpowders, because they were the ones that actually invented it, how to, you know, how to use, like, the magic flintlock pistols that the Aldarians created, but reverse engineering the magic version to fire, like, bullets, basically. So that's the entire reason why cannons and gunpowder and stuff exists, is because Cobalt was asking me about those stories and forced me to think through how they would sort of survive and create those technologies. So as long as it's discussed and you can talk it through player to GM, then that's it. Basically, that's fair. I mean, I want to leave room in the world for people who want there to be, like, whatever their own player option in the world, you know, because people don't always trust in the world builder to, like, create something adequately interesting for them. So, like, what one of the biggest things that I could ever, like, one of the biggest, okay, this might be a controversial, I'm just realizing this might be a controversial statement. One of the biggest things that puts me off about playing with certain players is when they come to the game beforehand with a pre-made character that they've been waiting for. It's like a character that doesn't have anything to do with the world, doesn't have any stories connected to the world, that it's just like that player is going to try and make the world work for that character, and very few players that I've actually met do that well. Most of the time when a player does that, I find they aren't really interested in the uniqueness of the world. They're only really interested in the uniqueness of their story, and they're trying to figure out how to tell their story in whatever game possible. But I love working with players that want to be a part of the world and want to tell a cool story that the world inspires them to tell, or that they think the world would help them tell. And if a player is like, well, I want to be a Githyanki, and I'm going to be a Githyanki, and I'm going to be a Githyanki blood hunter from Critical Role, and you can't do anything about it. It's like, I'm likely not going to play with that player for that long, because that player is basically just there to try and, you know, get their story through, and they don't really want to be part of that game or part of that world. They just want to tell their story, which some people would disagree with. So I know lots of players that their entire pastime hobby is creating characters, and they love that shit, and then they want to play games that will allow them to tell those stories. And I get it, but it's always hard to fit them into the world when they come to the world with this decision that they've already made, that they are going to tell this story come hell or high water. And, you know, it's like they've lost a little bit of faith in the DM to tell an interesting story. Like, one of the reasons I really love playing with Ella is because she never thinks about character backstory ahead of time. She always thinks about how she can make it work within the game. And I defy anyone to say that Ella's characters aren't as well fleshed out and as interesting as any other characters. Like, you know, to be fair, depending on how disrespectful you would be about that, you get banned, but that's because, you know, whatever. That's because I'm literally married to her. But I do think that Elle's characters are as interesting as any other characters anyone else conjures before their D&D games. But she always makes them work within the world, you know? But I want players to be able to do both, because I understand that not every player is like that. Some players love to show up with their character pre-established, and they're like, okay, I don't care which world I'm playing in, what stories I'm telling. I want to tell my story. And I need to sort of make my game accessible for those players as well, because that is a large portion of the D&D audience, the mainstream D&D audience, as far as the like online hardcore players. But I don't think it's necessarily the average. I think the average D&D player is a whole lot more casual than people give them credit for. Because I think in general, once you're talking about D&D, once you're in a space like Twitch or YouTube, listening to D&D videos, talking about D&D, I think you're automatically excluding yourself from like the casual opinion, because you are one of the most hardcore D&D players out there, because you're searching for D&D content like Twitch streams, like YouTube videos outside of it. But again, some people disagree with that, and I respect the disagreement. I don't agree, but I respect it. So I don't know. I don't know what the right answer is there. I sit and build base worlds with players at session 0, then I build a world around the base intro, get them to go off and write backstories over the next few weeks to then grow the world. We roll stats, and then they have everything they need to be a part of the world and have it hand in creating it. And that's awesome too. I love giving my players the ability to sort of have a place, like a hand in creation. The problem is that if you let them have too much of a hand in creation, then you're kind of doing design by committee, and you and the players might not be on the same page. So I guess you really have to like have players that have the same ideas about world building that you do, if you want your world to be like persistent beyond just your D&D campaign, which is not necessarily a concern for a lot of people. For a lot of people, their D&D campaign is the point of it is that it is accessible for their players, and so they, you know, anything beyond that is like irrelevant. Like the first and foremost important thing about the D&D campaign world is that it fits the players. That's a great way of playing. It's just not. It doesn't necessarily serve the ability for you to play that world outside of your D&D game, you know, which is not, again, what people necessarily give a shit about. So it's actually a pretty good way of doing it, I think. It doesn't work for me, but I understand why people do it, and it's a really great way of doing it. Never stood trying to force my story into a world that may not fit. I've never made a character before knowing the world. I feel like a lot of those players started in modules or Adventure League, not homebrew games. You know what? That's a really interesting take. I actually never thought about that. I wonder if all those, because I have a couple of like good, I mean, I wouldn't say friends, but people I know, like people I know really well, people I've worked with, clients, you know, acquaintances that I really respect and like, that are like that with their characters. I know one former client of mine, she builds a character every week almost. You know, she said she has like dozens and dozens of characters that she has to, like, whenever she gets invited to a new D&D game or whatever, she just has to go through and pick which one she wants to play. And it's like such a hard choice for her because she has somebody that she loves and she makes art for her and stuff. But I wonder if the origin of the player has something to do with the way they treat character creation like that. That actually makes a lot of sense. I wonder if there's a correlation there. I should ask her how she got started in D&D, and I should like ask a couple people how they got started. Absolutely will get inspired by secondary media and build the character concepts that sit on a shelf until they find a game. That said, it's usually ideas such concepts that are flexible, and that's actually fine too, because I think if the concept, because like I think everybody does that, everybody builds a concept or whatever, but it really, that's a great word to use there, Ashley, is flexibility. Because I think that having those ideas and those pre-made sort of like concepts done is like it's fine if you're flexible. It's really a problem if you're inflexible about it, because then yeah, you're bending everything to work with your story or your whatever, you know. What's up, Rock? How's it going, buddy? I know when I played in leagues, backstory didn't matter. Yeah, true. That's fair. Eventually, doesn't matter. You sit down at a table with like 6 other people you don't know and a DM you don't know, and you're like, I'm a dwarven barbarian. I look like a homeless person, but I grow flowers in my hair. And they're like, oh, that's nice. Anyway, roll for initiative. And since a lot of it is pre-written, you kind of have to add your own story to get yourself invested. But I started in homebrew, so I'd always rather work with the DM and make it fit. That's a good point. I wonder if the inflexibility comes with like starting in modules and like eventually and stuff like that. Because that person that I would describe, that girl that I know, she is very inflexible about her characters, which isn't like, again, it's not a bad thing. She knows what she wants. She has a story she wants to tell, and she's gonna fucking tell that story. And there's nothing wrong with that. If it feels like I'm calling anyone out on that, I'm not. That's completely a valid way of playing D&D, and you should get to play the way that you want to play. It's harder to work with, and I don't personally like playing with those kind of players. But if that's the way you want to play D&D, don't let anyone tell you not to play that way. That's the great thing about D&D, is that there's room for everyone who wants to play the way they want. Except clerics, they don't have any friends. Cleric players who exclusively play clerics, they don't have any friends, and it's for a reason. That's the only thing that we're worried about with cleric players. So 100%, I have a player who only wants to play modules. They haven't read, and then come in with high min-max and know exactly where to look. They don't give things away to other players, but it's kind of nice, kind of like having a second G on the table. That's fair. Nice guy, means well, but as someone who loves world building and homebrew, can be a little tiresome. And again, that's there are friends of mine, good friends of mine, that I have said, hey, you're my friend and I love you, and because of that, I don't think we should play D&D together. I have said that to good friends of mine, and sometimes they don't take it well. Sometimes they respect it. I had one friend of mine that I had that conversation with in the last couple of years, and I was like, bro, I love you, bro, but I don't think we should play D&D because I want to, we just don't mesh. You do not mesh well with what the group wants, with my style, and I sense you're dissatisfied. He's like, yeah, man, I'm not, I wish we were doing more of this or that or whatever. I'm like, yeah, exactly. Well, I think that you should be able to get exactly what you want out of your D&D game, and I think you think the same thing for me. And he's like, yeah, man. I'm like, so I think we should probably not play D&D together. And he's like, okay, that's fair. And I love him. And I would I'd fight for his ability to play the D&D game that he wants. And he found a group that plays the exact way that he wants, and he's happy, and it's great. But then I've also had friends where I've said that too, where it's like, hey, I don't think we should play D&D together. This is not going to work out. I'm sorry, you don't mesh with the group. I don't mesh with your play style. We don't mesh well together. So let's fucking stay friends and talk about the hobby we love. But I think that playing it together is going to be bad. And I've had people lose their ever-living shit on me for saying that as well. I've lost friends because of it. But, I think if your friendship is so fragile that saying, like, hey, we don't mesh well with our, gaming preferences, I think that's your friendship is going to collapse eventually, if you can't respect that. It's like playing, video games, like World of Warcraft. There are some people that I really love to death, but I will not play World of Warcraft with them because they're dog shit at the game. And if I'm going into a raid and try my best, I don't want to carry someone who won't put the effort in to craft their gear or to, learn their rotation or whatever. And I think it's fine because I'll still run dog shit dungeons with them and carry their asses through stuff, and it's fun. We can hang out. But just when it comes to raid night or progression, I don't want to play with them. That was something with what I had to tell my mom in Wrath of Lich King. I was like, Mom, I'm fine with you being in my raid group, but if you don't learn how to heal better, And so she learned how to heal, and she became a great healer. Hey, fucking W for Mom. And she became a great resto druid. I almost exclusively played homebrew games. I built Sayaka Miki as an idea of a narrative arc that I roughly want her to squeeze into, but I always try and have a connection to another party member and plot points, key items, names, places, etc. I give control to the DM. Yeah, I think it's cool when a player... I love it when players ask me to be part of the world. They're like, hey, can I be from a town somewhere and know some stuff about it? And can we go there? I'm gonna use Critical Role as an example of this being done really well. In the recent campaign, how you go to the city, I forget what it was called, but they go to the city where Ashton and Fresh Cut Grass are from. And they're asking about all these cool things, and Ashton and Fresh Cut Grass both get to have all this cool insider knowledge of oh yeah, we shouldn't go there, that's shit, or oh yeah, we should go there, these people are cool, or oh man, we gotta watch out for fucking whatever this thing is. I think it's cool. Once you have the group cohesive energy, however perfection, it's like being in a killer band. It's amazing. Well, my primary gaming group, yeah, when everybody's on the same page, it really works, and it's magic. It's why I really enjoyed some of the best D&D I've ever had was playing with Ella and Dashto, just the two of them. Because they both really liked the way I run a D&D game, and I really like the way they play a D&D game. and you just mesh, you know. And like I've had D&D groups in since then that have been fun, but like I don't mesh with certain players all that well, and so we just kind of have to try and figure out how to find a healthy in between. And it's like, what do I want to be doing with her hand? I want to be holding something like a weapon or something. Like, I wonder if the Winder all have like, I don't know, a dagger or something they carry with them. Let me think about that. Let's kill the anatomy sketches though for the most part. We can just murder the sketch underneath. I don't care about preserving it. All right, Pog. Now let's just merge these together. Merge down. Call it sketch. What are these other layers? Oh, we did other outfits for them, didn't we? Oh shit, I should keep the anatomy layer then. Fuck. The poncho, the cool, like the heavier plate armor. This garbage. This was the favorite one, I think. Then we had, oh, the initial sketch for that we can delete. That we'll keep it just for, I don't know, keeping things purposes. It's always good to keep all your old designs, even if they're not good, because like you will eventually use them in some way, or you'll reference them or whatever. So it's always good to hold on to them. Okay. What else? What else do we need for them? Before we can do the actual design. Maybe we just move to the actual line work and see what happens. Address the mythical origin rabbit folk, create something people will want to play, what appeals to RPG gamers, cultural designs, art, design elements, cultural preferences, weapons, buildings, lifestyle, qualities of our Eldarin rabbit folk, current solutions. What do we got here? Hot Bunny E-Boys, how do we solve this problem? They live in cool tree houses. They have cool asymmetric armor on. What else? What else do we need to design for them? I want to have them holding something. Maybe he's holding on to like a spear or something, or a staff. Maybe she's holding on to like a ranged weapon. What kind of cool ranged weapons do we use for them? Cool, like ninja-y kind of ranged weapons. Cool or fantasy ranged weapons. What do we got? Spear, Arla best. Yeah, no thanks. Bows. You have to use bows. Javelins, blowguns, bow and arrow. Lance. A lance is not a ranged weapon. A chakram. A chakram would be too close to the Viera, though. We can't do chakrams. That'd be wicked, but we can't. That'd be too close to Final Fantasy 14 Viera. What else? What else? What else? What else? Cool ranged weapons. What if you do like wrist-mounted weapons? Because like they jump through the trees and shit. Maybe we just do bows. Because I feel like they can't jump through the trees with like long bows or long weapons. It'd be cool to create some sort of like yeah, slingshot. What's up, not? Bolo. Slingshot would be cool though. Fantasy. Let's see. What are some cool fantasy slingshot? Cool slingshot designs. Slingshots. Okay, I need some like historical fucking nerds in here right now. Why was the slingshot not used as a weapon more widely in the medieval realm? Is it just because there was no like proper elasticity? Because like slingshots did exist, but they weren't that powerful because they couldn't have they didn't have particularly elastic material to build their slingshots out of, right? That's all it was. Just they didn't have the same kind of power. No range. Killing blows from swords and such. How's it going? It's good, not. We're chilling, man. We're doing some concept art today. Hope we're doing well. Like, generally a peaceful race that use bows to incapacitate people. No, they're very so they are peaceful, but they're very their history, part of their history is that they were like invaded and they had to like get really good at like guerrilla warfare. So like it's the kind of thing where it's like if you go into the Windrift Forest to try and cause some trouble, like they know that the tree canopies really well, they can move through them, they can jump into the tree canopies really well, and they will like they're very much silent, like they're like kind of like ninjas, right? But I don't want to give them like thrown weapons. I want to like slingshots to be cool, man. Most of me is doing well. My legs are dead. I went for a bike ride today and ended up going for 42 kilometers. That's impressive, dude. That's awesome. Congratulations. That's substantial. How long did that take you, not? You have enough strength to go through armor and short range. So what was the elastic like the stretchy material that slingshots were made of? Hold on. I have Google. I'm a gun mage. I can do this. What were medieval slingshots made of? Slingshots made from many materials, including stones and pebbles, baked clay, and lead. Never came to hand. Oh, no, I want to know what the actual material was made of. Or were they not like modern slingshots at all? They were just slings. I think they were just slings, to be honest. It looks like. We can make them slings, or have some sort of fantasy material that allows them to make slingshots. 3 hours? That's substantial, dude. That's awesome. Good job. Get after it. They have a great hook for character, nice little bunny until you make them mad. Then Katie bar the door. Yeah. Yeah, I mean they're very much like, I mean if I were to have like an NPC in the game be a Windra NPC, they would always during combat favor like trying to get high ground and trying to get away and like ranged. And then like they're very hit and run or very stealthy. They'd have a lot of like levels in rogue and ranger and things like that. Just bounce off most armor, it may have left bruises, but not much more than that. That said, if I recall, Egyptians used slings as a war tool for a short bit. Medieval slingshot. But like the modern slingshot that you think, the V material that you can pull sling stretchy back and release something at deadly force, that is a modern invention, right? All medieval slings looked like just slings, right? Like this. That's it. There was nothing in the medieval world that looked like this. Like this is a modern contraption, if I'm not mistaken, right? There's no fantasy basis because there was no elastic material that worked that was stretchy that you could like pull back. Because like a bow is you utilize this the flexibility of and the elasticity of the actual wood as opposed to like the bowstring, but a slingshot used the elasticity of the string and not the actual wood. Also fantasies there may be material that has higher elasticity and strength and power. Yeah, definitely. I'm just making sure that we have to fantasy this, right? Like we have to fantasy this away for having slingshots. If we want to have a fantasy slingshot, we have to fantasy the material. There's no I just want to make sure there is no historical like, oh, Evan, if you stretched like the sinew of a pregnant cow, you know, and wrapped it with like lotus leaf, it created like a surgical tubing stretchy material. Like there's no shit like that, right? Deep-seated racial trait is that they lust for revenge. They're always trying to balance that, the peaceful nature. Yeah, they're always out for revenge, man. Cross might be better. Wrist-mounted crossbow, maybe. Yeah, I mean, like Italian Renaissance wrist-mounted crossbow. That's what I was thinking about, having like wrist-mounted materials or whatever, or weaponry, because then they could be running through the trees and jumping. They could use both their hands to climb and to leap through the trees and whatever. And then just like shoot stuff off, right? Wrist-mounted crossbow sounds amazing. Yeah, we could do that. Wrist-mounted slingshot. Italian. Where was the actual medieval wrist-mounted crossbow? It wasn't very strong, if I recall, right? It was like Italian 16th century or 17th century or something. Can't find anything because when I search for wrist-mounted crossbow, all I get is like new modern shit. There was the hand crossbows. Like this is like a pretty like accurate Renaissance design, if I'm not mistaken, right? For a hand crossbow. Like this. I don't know why, but I recall something with the twisty handle being like a proper like Italian Renaissance. It's like not quite medieval, but there's a thing called addle. It's basically a throwing arrow. Yeah, it's like a long stick that you, right? Yeah, I know. That. So the thing is that I want them to have, the reason why the sling doesn't work for this, or like a long bow. A bow maybe works. Mainly because if I want these people to be like very, very quiet, like tree bound individuals, there's like probably not a lot of room to like ramp up and throw something, or to rear back and throw a javelin or an addle or whatever. So it needs to be something very like, that's why the slingshot worked, or like a short bow, or the crossbow works for them for their sort of ranged favored weapon, I think. Right? Maybe we should give them crossbows. Oh, the gun crossbow. Hog. The 3-pronged hand ballista. What game is that from? What fucking nerd thought that up? Holy shit, man. That could be cool. The four whatever ballista. Because I've seen these in Diablo, man. I like the design. I wonder if that actually would be strong. Like would a weapon design like this actually be stronger? If it was a smaller crossbow that had 4 sort of like bow, I don't know what you call them, handles or whatever, or arms. 4 of them that pulled back a single bolt. And you had the elastic force of all 4 of them. I wonder if there's like actually any sort of grounds for how that would be a more effective, like small crossbow than a large one. That's cool, like a double shot crossbow. I think that's interesting. That'll just give him ninja stars. Takes a 2 bows. I'd rather have 2 shots. Yeah. More parts equals more chance to break, but I do think it'd be more powerful in theory, at least. So one thing we can play off of is that they have the ability to basically have a petrified iron wood. So their armor is lighter than steel, but as strong as steel. And so that's one of the things that they value. Is they value this like light protective armor that's made of basically like, it looks like super polished shiny wood grain. So they have access to this like super powerful like wood material, but I'm guessing it wouldn't be flexible then. It wouldn't have the flex of like steel. You have a bit of flex, but not like, I wonder if it just had the properties of steel. Then yeah, you could do like steel crossbows, which were a thing. Maybe if we draw one of them with holding the spear, because like the spear and longer weaponry is like important to them, and then the other one has the ranged weapon, like Petricite from League. What is Petricite? League Petricite. Let's see. Material found in Demacia. Early settlers of Demacia discovered a petrified forest that can dispel magic and mixed its wood with ash and lime into resistant material. Use everywhere in the nation from architecture to weapons. Oh, is it the white stuff that everything in Demacia is made of? Is that like what Galio is Galio made of Petricite? Galio's Demacia, right? I don't know which characters are Demacian besides Lux, Sona, and Garen. So it looks like the white material. They got a little badger statue made out of it. That's cute. A Duran sculptor creating a Petricite golem. Ooh. Kind of, but it's material that's shaped with magic instead of like mixed and forged into like kind of a stone. Because this is like a stone material. The wood is very light and supposed to be very light. Guys made from Petricite? Oh shit, I was right. Got it. Does Galio have some like does he have a passive that has something to do with like anti-magic or whatever because of that? Because that'd be sick if they actually built that lore into it. Secret is the Petricite doesn't dispel magic, it absorbs it. Oh really? Interesting. Yeah, similar I guess, but not quite. So I mean, like, yeah, I imagine them having like wood daggers and stuff made of this material, with like carved, bladed something or another into it. So very, very wood grainy. It's like what all the hard pieces of armor are on these two characters. So these like small pieces that they have sort of around. It's all made of that like wood texture material. I don't know why I don't like crossbows. Why don't I like crossbows here? Why don't I like crossbows? He's an anti-magic tank. Oh yeah, I got it. Maybe a blowgun, but you magic it up so they have some sort of stone or something container that expels a lot of air rapidly. It's basically a gun but quiet. Ooh. A quiet blowgun. Like a Windra specific range weapon. How could we magic that away?
League lore is so funny because the lore devs go hard on lore in every time, but the actual game is just not that lore heavy. Yeah, I mean, how lore heavy can you make it when, you know, the whole point is to go get mad at somebody in ARAM for 20 minutes? I think they do a good job of having some lore in game, but like, what could they do that you'd want to see more lore for? Tech is too high for that vibe. Yeah, I think that's why I don't like the crossbow. I think they're very much natural materials, natural whatever, you know? I think that's why I don't like the crossbow. We could just have them use like we could have them use short bows and create a really cool looking short bow that they just use. I really like the idea of the sling, though, of a slingshot. Okay, let's just go on a bit of an adventure here for a second, a thought experiment, if you will. If there was a surgical tubing level stretchy material back in the medieval period, would the slingshot as we know it today be a practical weapon of war in the medieval era? Can a slingshot pierce? Let's look this on YouTube. Can a slingshot pierce metal? All right, we're gonna do this.
The story of Dracula.
No, I don't want fucking ads, please. Oh, I forgot I'm on the non-premium. All right. Oh God, how do people deal with non-YouTube premium? And slings are super sharp. I know slings were, but they weren't powerful enough to like pierce metal or whatever. All right, bro. What do we got?
Hello guys, and welcome back to the channel. KOS Keep On Shooting.
All right, let's see.
As always, it is a great pleasure to have you here.
Thank you, I'm honored.
For today guys, I thought I'd take some shots at a steel barrel.
All right, can the slingshot pierce a steel barrel? That's going to depend. That because look, we can magic away the stretchy material. We can do that. I have no problem saying that they have some access to magic stretchy material. But can it pierce a barrel?
Grinder to use the barrel as a trash container. But
all right.
Before I do that, the curiosity got the best of me, and I thought I'd take some shots at it using some 10 mil lead. So here I have the Scout XT.
Cool.
Gray slingshot with point.
The rubber band one?
Bands,
oh no.
Butterfly.
Don't spoil it, Jacob. I don't know if it can.
Hadcock target sniper.
Mid-gravity slingshots and crossbows. I think so. That'd be cool.
GCK green. Short draw, maxed out.
Like, 6. I was thinking about it'd be cool if they had some sort of a slingshot gun, like a short rifle, or whatever, that had like a slingshot style material on it, that they could use a bolt or something like that.
So let's take some shots at the top of that steel barrel, and let's see how we do. Stick around, guys.
Slingshots are dangerous, right? Do you have to register them as weapons?
So here we have the steel barrel.
I can't imagine, right?
As you guys can see, it's all steel. We'll be shooting this top portion.
Am I wrong in assuming that this is a good allegory for armor? I assume this is a good allegory for plate armor, right? Slingshot, no, not a slingshot, not a crossbow with like a large like bow on it, where the entire force comes from the stretchy material as opposed to the stretching of the arms or legs or whatever you call that part of the crossbow.
That's got a good sound to it.
To be a lot smaller. Okay, all right, okay, dude.
Okay, guys, here we go.
All right.
First up,
can it pierce?
Using lead ammo, 10 mil.
10 mil lead ball.
Old lead ammo, that is.
What do we got?
This about 3 years ago. And I have
cool.
a little bit of it left.
What a G.
So let's take some shots. We're at about a little under 10 meters here, probably
perfect.
About 9 meters or so.
They wouldn't, and so our rabbit folk wouldn't have super long range. They would not need like giant longbows where they're firing across. They would be in the tree canopies shooting at things from, so like their whole thing is they would try and pierce a helmet from above. That's the use case of their ranged weapons. Short range.
What we do? 0.66 GCK green,
Cool.
23 down to 20.
Don't know what it means,
Short
but
draw.
this guy does. Okay, what do we got?
Here we go.
Does it pierce a steel drum?
That was the first shot. Let's take another shot.
Guys, it's not looking good. It's not looking good, team. It ain't looking good. Maybe that was dud.
Shot number 2.
Maybe the other slingshot's better. He said it was a
And
different
shot
type
number
of,
3.
you know? He said it was a different type of slingshot. Maybe the other one is way stronger. All right? Because currently it's not looking good. I feel like the draw on that's way too long, you know?
All right, let's go check it out.
Yeah, all right. What about the other one?
Guys, would you look at that?
No. Oh, wait, did it
Great
go through?
power there. 1, 2, and 3.
Did it go through? No. Just fuck the paint up. All right, what about this one? Okay, this one. Power test 2. This is, guys, this is the Scout XT simple shot over the top OTT 6.6 precise band 0 taper 20mm straight cut style full butterfly floating anchor 10mm lead ball ammo. This one has to do it. This is our savior.
All
Can
right,
it
move on
post?
to full
Can it
butterfly.
pierce a steel drum? All right.
Let's see how we do.
Can it pierce steel armor? From a fantasy hot rabbit e-boy shooting this from the top of a tree. Do
Here we go.
we save the slingshot?
That was the first shot.
It left a big dent. That's a big dent right there.
Second shot.
You know? So maybe right? Is this okay? I'm lying to myself. This isn't gonna work, is it? How do we magic this? How do we fantasy this?
And the last shot. Shot number 3.
Hold on. Slingshot, clay ammunition, penetration
Hello
test.
guys and welcome back to the channel.
Hold on.
KO.
What are we going through? Balloons? Yes, I can penetrate a balloon. Pizza box? I'd hope so.
Just a cat.
Thick cactus pad? Yep. Soda can.
Look at that. However,
Guys, it can't pierce aluminum. We're never gonna actually make this work in our fantasy world. It can't pierce a fucking soda can. Oh no. Okay, hold on. What's this link? Stream topics. Belric Slinger at Sa Pobla. This is some fantasy words over here. What is this? There's too much wind up in like the traditional sling, I think, right? I think there's way too much wind up for this in the trees. That's why I don't think it'll work. It's cool, but like, you know, it doesn't like pierce. So we need the idea of how do we have like armor piercing slingshots. I think it would work though, right?
The big 3 dot 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 and 0.
Xander.
30 months friends 2.5
Yeah, shit.
years.
Xander, holy shit. Thank you for the 30 months. What the fuck, Xander? Damn, bro. That's a long ass time. Thank you for supporting me, man. That's huge. That is a massive
number to stay subbed for. So thank you, Xander. I know you're busy. I know you got a lot of stuff to do. I know you're crushing it. But I appreciate you stopping back in once in a while and saying hi, man. That really does mean a lot to me. So, damn, man. Thanks to 30 months, bro. 30 months of being the Dragon's Claim and still hasn't gotten his free guild repairs in the guild hall. So, I have doubts unless you add some type of explosive powder or poison to it. Explosive slingshot. Okay, that'd be cool. Yeah. I don't know. Slingshot. Trait armor. Slingshot versus abs of steel. Wait. This is the last one. Okay, this is the last one. Last one, I promise. This is just a sling. This is what we're looking for.
Already?
Bro has Roman ab armor. Doesn't look good though. I mean, a well-placed strike would kill someone though, right? Right? Like a sling, a medieval fucking Egyptian sling or some shit would, if you hit someone in the head, would kill them, right? So it is still a lethal weapon. We could say that our rabbit folk, they have lethal weaponry and great accuracy with their slingshots, because you can be way more accurate with a slingshot than you could with like an actual sling. So we need, I think, can we fantasy away a, you know, or even just a shot to the helmet at that, you know, like we saw that one slingshot did dent the steel drum, right? So I think we can rationalize that they could use slingshots instead of bows, especially if we create some sort of sling gun, right? Where, you know, usually the crossbow has the force comes from the elastic force of our crossbow, like of the wood, right? Because the material for a crossbow is just a heavy like cord basically. But if we do our slingshot gun, then it could be a lot thinner, and we can like sort of say that stealthy aspect of that ninjutsu aspect of it. We can kind of create our cool slingshot gun where the force comes from the elasticity of the rope material instead. So we can in order for this to work, we need to one fantasy a rope material, but I think that the gun version is just, it doesn't fit still, because I think that the whole point is that they can carry them, they're small, and that they just have these slingshots that are very like difficult draws that they can shoot or whatever, you know, or like some sort of a leg slingshot or whatever, like a foot sling. Oh, that's why you said break. Okay, thank you, Ella. I'm gonna come grab that real quick. Retach the wrist as well, or the forearm. What are wrist-mounted slingshots? Okay, we'll try the wrist-mounted slingshot when I get back. Give me 1 second. Ella made me lunch. I'm gonna go grab that and real quick, and I'm gonna come back and eat it, and we'll talk about how to make the slingshot cool.
Surprise, surprise, I subbed here before, time to do it again.
All right, I'm good. I got my sandwich from Ella. Helped with a couple things because she's still recovering from hand surgery. So, oh wait, slingshots. Yo, Azura's Fire, thank you for the sub, dude. Damn, bro, thanks for the prime. I appreciate it. Thank you for sending me your prime option this month. Spaderia. Revolt? What the fuck? What do you mean revolt? I was just gone for like 5 minutes, bruh. Yeah, what the fuck? Fantasy rope material is old rope material, animal sinew. We need magical animal sinew, like the Elastabeast or something, you know? So, how do we magic it? How do we fantasy it? Where do they get material from that can stretch, like, very important topic? All right, what is this? All right, what's this important topic? Every 500 likes will make Brahm's muscles bigger? Why are there 43 bookmarks? Out of 200,000 people, 43 people were like, you know what? I bookmarked this. Wait. It's just you can see across the Freljord. The Freljord, sorry. Oh no. Oh no. It's coming for Aurelian Soul. Alright. Alright, good job, League. Good job, Liege of Legends. Very clever. You guys, your social media team did well. Good job. The rubber snail. You shouldn't question why revolt, you should question why not the mods F defend. You're right. It is in the nature of the snake to attack its prey. It is in the nature of the chat to revolt, but the mods I expected more from. While I was claiming a turkey sandwich,
While I was claiming turkey sandwich from downstairs, the mods were here watching Rome burn. The social team is always on point. Is it? Really? Should I follow them? Are they funny? League of Legends is dead to me now. Ever since my Jackie Felling quit as commissioner, the LCS hasn't been the same. They lost a true asset. He's got a crush. Okay, that's pretty good. Also, we have Eiley, who literally exists to revolt. True. You're not gonna get banned, Jacob. Do you know how hard it is to get banned in my chat? Do you know how hard it is to actually be banned in my chat? The mods want to ban so many people that I'm like constantly staying the hand, the executioner's sentence in the mods all the time, bro. Okay, this is actually really cute. I like that. Arena making a new game mode. POV, you're a poro. All right. All right, League of Legends social media team. I'll follow you. We'll do it. My fingers are less itchy lately since I got a juicy band, another channel I mod for. Oh, all right. Well, your thirst for vengeance, Bizzo, is great, and I don't think it's actually gonna be sated. Okay. Thank you, Ella, for the sandwich. I've been so hungry recently, man. I don't know why. I've been so fucking hungry, but I've still been losing weight. Something's happened. Something's changed. It'll be long before I'm looking for blood again. Yeah, you're right. You're right. I haven't posted on Twitter yet today. What should I post? I'm not adding League of Legends. No. No. Jesus. I went home on Twitter. What haven't I posted in a while? Maybe I could post my early rabbit folk concepts. Maybe I'll post this. Here, let's snip it and post it. Early Windra concepts. Hashtag Eldara. Hashtag Realms of Eldara. Sick. All right, cool. We tweeted or we X'd. What is tweeting called now that X is X? Is it like Xing? Did I just... Wait, did I make an X? I don't know. Alright. Yuna. What are you doing up here again? You aren't allowed up here. You, my love, are too baby. You are too fussy. I'm kicking you out again before you start crying at me. Come on, Yuna. Get out. Get out. Been excommunicated once again. Excreted? I just excreted? Is that what it is? What's the rule doing stuff for feedback? I mean, I'm not gonna go deep on like reading feedback or reading stuff today. Like you can post it and I'll read it over in like the world building section, but I'm probably not gonna have time to do it on stream, unfortunately. Depending on how long it is. If it's just a little like cool concept or paragraph or art, then yeah, we can look at it. But if it's like a whole, I gotta read paragraphs, man. I can't do that on stream, unfortunately. X yes for the Dutch. What does that mean? Yeah, what does that even mean? All right. Oh, Pug 3. Look at that. 3 likes and only 1 view in general. Oh yeah, for sure. For sure. Yeah, please do. 3 likes and only 1 person has viewed it. 3, they managed to, they liked it so much they liked it 3 times. Cool. All right, so slingshots. Fantasy slingshots. Slingshots and what else? Some kind of super elastic material. Magic. Magic. What do we got? 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 So one person did ask me to do a cool slingshot back in the day. Back in the day when I used to do art for people on Fridays. I call them free art Fridays. If you want to get your mediocre idea made into even more mediocre art, you could get it done right here on twitch.tv/EvanBlairArt. Somebody asked me for a slingshot, but it's been a long time since somebody asked me for a slingshot. I'm not opening the app to like your tweets. You're not opening the app? You don't have to like my tweets at all, Busy. In fact, I challenge you to not like any of my tweets ever again. So we'll make it from that like cool iron wood. And we'll make it kind of look like rabbit ears. Someone will get the joke. So it'd basically be made of steel. More or less, anyway. Smoke bomb slingshot could be interesting. Don't know if that fits your view for it though. That's kind of in the ninjutsu gorilla idea. So yeah, you know, honestly, they could have like different slingshot ammunition that they carry around with them, or whatever. You know, that'd be cool. Be down with that. Made of the iron wood. And the tusk of some kind of a beast. The ivory of a walrus. Now, our Windra come from a boreal rainforest. So what cool things would they have access to? They basically live on the Vancouver Island of Teleria. The Ireland of Teleria. I don't know where else has boreal rainforests. I'll admit I'm not very worldly. Maybe somewhere in Croatia. It sounds like a place that would have something cool. For no other reason than I don't know anybody from Croatia. Alright, we'll do like 2 concepts maybe. Oops. do one more. We'll kind of try and figure out if we can reference their cultural styles a little bit more. Dude, I'm so itchy today. What the fuck? I think I'm having allergy problems. I literally made my account to like your tweets. Why? You don't need to. That's what you use Twitter for. How many people do you follow on Twitter? We're auditing. We're auditing Bizzo. We're auditing her. Following. Why do you follow Dashto? 30 or 44 people. You're following less than 50 people. Less than 50 people. You're following less than 50 individuals. And somehow you are on Twitter enough to always like Ella's posts before anyone else does. Before Thorkin, before Blaze, before anyone else, you're always there first and foremost. Damn. That's impressive, honestly. Much people's notifications on. You have notifications on for tweets? Is that a thing? Stretch? Oh, okay. You're right. I can do my wrist stretches and my forearm stretches. Thank you. Fireball animation for the funnies. Ivory of a jungle elephant. Slay. Jungle. Boreal jungle elephants. What's going on, Asa? The same stuff that their armor is made of, just cut thin and treated with some kind of special way, or the green branches of those trees or something. Ooh. I love that idea, Six. Like when you get the green branches of those like steel trees, they're very flexible and they're like spring steel. That's a great idea. We need to make a World Anvil article for this. We need to figure out what to call it. Where's World Anvil? World Anvil. Tools to help you build your world. Thumbs up. Emoji. Dashboard. Articles. Where's the quick articles tool? There it is. Okay. Quick content creation. Category. No, I don't want to make a category. Event, secret, to... Hold up. Why is this lagging? Why is this lagging? Uh-oh. What? Did I break something? I'm so confused. Hello? No, stop. I don't want to... Why is this like not loading? All right, whatever. Fuck it. I'll just do the quick one. Okay. Quick creator. Because when I try to get access to this page, it wouldn't work. So what is this? A material? A material. Title your article. What should we title this stuff? We call it Ironwood. You talk Atari will make notes for you. That's fair. Actually, that's actually, yeah. Shit. I gotta just add everybody in chat to the World Anvil as an editor or whatever, or a content something. Bendy bark. Bendy bark. The problem is that does sound like some shit the rabbit folk would name, doesn't it? It does kind of sound okay. So physically in the world, hold on, we gotta figure out where they are first. Maybe we can name it after the region. Where's our map? Map. Realms of Eldara. Maps. We gotta go deep. New. So we have, okay. So we have what area is this? We have Ashasari, Horizon, Lemishir Desert, Stonemark, Strathwood, Relic Coast, Shattered Sea, Northmark Alliance, Central New Important Area, Corporal MTX Farm. That's where we're going for right now. That is the code name for this new area where the rabbit folk are from, where we can find the Windra. They are in the Central New Important Area, Corporal. So that is, if you're wondering, physically in the world, where is this, Evan? Where is the Corporal Central Area? Where's World Map? Where is it? World Map. There we go. This map, as it is right now, I want to blow your fucking minds. You're about to see how this puzzle piece all fits in just according to my plans. My genius will be on display for ones of people to see. Look at it. Look at the way it fits in. Wait, is it the same size? That is the same size. Boom. Look at it. And you wondered to yourself, was my genius an accident? Was all of Evan's success up to this point sheer coincidence? All right. There it is, man. So, the Windra, you will notice the rabbit icon. The rabbit icon. So they are from this northern boreal area, this northern boreal rainforest, which I don't remember if Thorkin said on the environment map if it worked or not. I don't have the environment map up, but I'm pretty sure it doesn't matter. We can still put a boreal rainforest right here on the north side of the mountains. So the Windra are from this. There's forests basically all along this area, large giant trees. What's going on, Gork? Remember him drawing that? You do, Atari, because you were here for genius. So, what do we want to call this area? I was really hoping we had some names written down here, so we could call this like Windraria or some shit. Or yeah, I don't know. Maybe, yeah, we need to figure out what's this. So what's this region? God damn it. This is why world building sucks. Because you try and make one stupid World Anvil article, and you need to have 8 more to contextualize it. You can't name it after the whatever. We're not calling it the fucking Bendy Woods. God damn it. The problem, oh shit, my water. The problem is that actually works. That sounds like some shit you'd hear the rabbit folk called. Okay, no, what do we call this region? We have to commit to it. We have to commit to it. So the people here are the Windra. I don't want to name the Windra after like their location, like the Windrum or something. The Winderdome. You know, we're not naming it after that. What do we call it? What do we call this area? Here's what we'll do. Here's what we'll do. When in doubt, we use code names. We are going to code name the rabbit area Bendywood. Ironwood, Stonewood, Ironstonewood, Woodwood, Bendywood, Ancient Timber. Let's use the word timber. Bendywood, Iron Timber. Iron Timber sounds like the name of a metal band. The Boreal Steelwood Forest. I really love Bendywood. Bendywood is just a placeholder. There is no amount of trolling Twitch clout or bits available for me to refer to this place as fucking Bendywood forever. All right, Breaking Winds. This is getting worse. What's the Windra's word for Earth? Jesus, I don't know, man. We haven't thought about their language at all. Placeholders tend to stick, man. Okay, no, it's not. It's in brackets, so it can't stick. Bendy wood, iron, timber. We have a cooler name for wood than timber. What's a cooler name for thesaurus? No, types of steel. Different types of steel and steel grade. No. Okay, thesaurus for steel.
Bendy wood.
Stop. I'm not calling it bendy wood. They are not the Windra of bendy wood. This is some shit you'd find in Mindari's world, not mine, okay? That is if she finally embraces Mendy versus Bendy. Because she's Mendy and I'm kind of bendy. Alright, what do we call this? Steel. What the fuck are these ads? Okay. I just closed 4 pop-up ads on thesaurus.com. Steel. No, steel. Synonyms for steel. Steeled? Harden, encourage, fortify, grid, animate, cheer, prepare. Bulk up or buck up, grid teeth. Okay. Iron. Synonyms for iron. Iron, rigid, steely. Adamant, the adamant timber. No, heavy, immovable, dense, cruel, adamantine, unbending. We are not calling this the bendy wood unbending timber, okay? Ferric, feros, implacable, indomitable, inexorable, insensible. The robust, okay, the obdurate. Obdurate. What the fuck is this? This is not a real word. This is a Pokemon. See definition of obdurate. This is not a real word. This is the name of a Pokemon. Unmoved by persuasion, pity, or tending feeling, stubborn, unyielding. I am obdurate about calling it bendy wood, okay? Adamant Grove. This is not I am very obdurate. I'm very
obdurate
about referring to this as bendy wood. I will not be moving from my
obdurate
stance on this. All right? Now you can refer to something next time you're at work today and someone is like, "Hey man, did you what do you think of the new reports?" You can say, "I was fairly obdurate about their opinions." So, there you go. Now you can sound more informed. All right, I need translate bendy wood to another language and call that. What are these pop-ups? When did thesaurus.com fall from grace that for the 4th time in less than 2 minutes, I have had Idris Elba pop up on my fucking screen while I'm trying to look up
obdurate
like a normal gentleman. All right? Okay? Why do I have ad block? Because this is a new browser. This is Evangeline's browser. I'm currently on her Google right now. So, is this what really what the unad blocked experience looks like? Holy shit. Is ad block morally piracy? Probably. As long as we're honest about it. One moment. The Steel Downs. Now we need the name for the wood. Oh, actually, we need the name for the wood. The something iron timber. I need another word other than iron timber. Okay, how does this look upon refresh? Wow. That didn't do anything. That didn't do fucking anything. Never do internet without extreme ad protection. Yeah, true. Someone tell Evangeline in her chat. Hey Ava, you need to install ad block on your Chrome, please. There we go. Yeah, tell her, Thorkin. Tell her, Thorkin. Tell her she's a bad streamer. Tell her she's a terrible dog shit street. No. That's it. Ban Evangeline. Ban her. Ban her in my chat. I don't want her in here. Her stupid browser.
I'm sorry for Bendy Wood. But Bendy Wood though.
Not calling it fucking Bendy Wood. Thank you for the 1 year, Blueberry. That's look at these first badges. How many first badges does Ava have left? I think Evangeline still has some first badges, by the way, if you guys care. I don't know anyone would care, but all right, good night, Busy. The fact there isn't a mobile app for World Anvil is so wait, there isn't a mobile app? How do I mobily apply my work to my World Anvil? All right, we're gonna call it the Bendy Wood Iron Timber. These are both temp names. So, what do we say? So this iron timber is come from trees that are like steel. Things I need to answer. 1. How does one harvest iron timber? 2. How does one shape iron timber? This time with a space. 3. We're just gonna say there. 3. How does it grow, and is it magic? I'm proud to bring you guys a pro tutorial on how to use World Anvil properly. Spry wood, or a particular type of wood that's non-hardwood like spruce or balsa. What kind of trees would be in a boreal rainforest? Silver thicket? That's pretty good. Silver thicket actually is great. I like that. The silverwood timber. Ooh. Okay, boreal ones. Shut the fuck. Holy shit, man. That wins this year's most useless chat, Cobalt. Fucking out here at, okay, anyway. All right, I'm not gonna get trolled by this. No. Okay, so what are the questions we need to use? Why does it only grow here, and do the Windra have to cut a bitch for trying to steal their best car like the Empire did for Mandalore? Does Mandalore have an E at the end of it? I think it does. Maybe the title does, but I think the planet doesn't. Does Mandalore have an E at the end of it? IDK. Maybe the title does, but not the planet. All right. Material. All right. Create an article. What is this? Oh, edit article. All right. Let's preview it. Preview the article. Yep. Let's view it. Yep. Good. Good. Rubber trees. Look at me, settings, records. Yeah, there you go. Bendywood sap can be turned into rubber for their slingshots. Oh, that's a good idea, actually. That's a cool idea. All right, the materials we need to answer. Fuck, the material. So they could use iron tree sap, Bendywood sap. I don't think I've ever clicked the tweet button on the bottom of the World Anvil article. I just noticed it was here. I just realized that. Maybe I should try tweeting it. Not this one, like a real one. All right, we have our wood material referenced. What else do we need? We need our slingshot material. So how does someone magic a slingshot? How does someone magic a slingshot into existence? What I need to take ideas here for the best way that you could like magic in or science in a medieval slingshot material, like fantasy surgical tubing, right? That's what we need to figure out. I'm thinking, I like the idea of the sap. That's cool. What other ideas can we figure out for how you would get fantasy surgical tubing, stretchy material? Maybe... Why is there just a line here? Straight through. When did this appear? Oh, God. Okay. That's so annoying. We'll do it again. That's okay. I'm not even mad. All right. We're talking bunny people. True. Yeah, that's what you got in two entities. You get magic to make drawing it back easier, allowing a weighted 50-pound draw weight rather than a normal one. Actually, an actual way of magic can increase damaging without having to fully enchant the ammo that is shot. The problem is these weapons need to be common. This is the common ranged weapon of the average Windra, so I don't want to make it like if there was some sort of magical, like if magic was involved in the process of creating the material, that's fine, but I don't want magic to be used in the process of operating the weapon, if that makes sense. There is like a slight difference in there that I feel is an important distinction, you know? It's like magicking a material into existence is easier than defining a weapon as inherently magic without being magical. Because it has an enchantment on it that you could then dispel and it wouldn't work, right? Maybe the wood could be magnetic and the user fires metal rounds like a railgun. That's actually sick. Like, oh man. Like, how do we get fantasy railguns in here? He's mentioned bullet explodes into a puff of poison on impact could be deadly. Maybe it passes through something when shot to show the interaction. And the vine grows in the iron timber trees and picks up some of the metallic properties. Metal surgical tubing, stretchy. Okay. There are bendy ironwoods. There's magically imbued trees in the forest whose wood can be used in place of steel for swords, thus making bendy blades. That's what we're already there, Blaze. We've already gone over the steel for the weapons. Yes, that's you're I'm right there with you, buddy. Magic railgun slingshot is amazing. Yeah, it's pretty good. I'll admit that's pretty good. So I think I like the idea of the sap being something to do with the sap, like the sap. So okay, what's the process? So you get the sap of these trees of the iron timbers. Of the iron timber wood, the wood timber irons, the the ping 5 iron. Then what does one do with this? How does one then magically craft it into a flexible material? It is then shaped by some kind of a magic loom, a wooden magic. Fuck. Because I'm fine magicking away some of it. We need to have a believable process that sounds like, oh yeah, okay, I guess if there's magic, like, that makes sense. You know? We use some of our Windra designs here. You stretch the sap out and roll it with the magic. The different item you talked about? Yeah, okay, sorry, my bad. Ironwood is a naturally occurring material, but something created using local magic plant food ingredients. That's interesting. If the trees, you have to like grow them specially. I like that actually, because then it's not then it's a secret passed down by the Windra on how to grow an ironwood tree, as opposed to some kind of just like, oh, they're naturally occurring here and you can get ironwood trees anywhere. And a druid can a druid tree walk through an ironwood tree? Or whatever the fuck the druid tree walking shit is called. It might actually just be called tree walk. I have no idea. I don't play druids. What if boiling water makes the wood ultra bendy, so when they shape it, so they like, maybe what they do, okay, all right, so all right, so what if they stretch out thin strands of ironwood bark and they stretch out thin strands of the amber sap and then they spin it together to create a very stretchy cordage that then you could use. So you could use this elsewhere. Imagine having like a stretchy cord, like rope. What, okay, I need the players in here. I need you guys to go into your D&D player minds to figure out how you would ruin this. Imagine I'm your DM and I give you a rope that is 10 feet long, that is basically surgical tubing, that has the strength of like bungee cord. It's basically bungee cord. You just go bungee jumping. Of course you go fucking bungee jumping. like would someone attach like a sword to the end and have like a whippy like weapon or something? Improvised fucking catapult. Okay, I'm glad you guys were here for this. Iron would only become workable for a short time after being struck by lightning, since the trees act as the natural lightning rods themselves. It's a matter of patience and precision in both raising, tending to, and quickly harvesting and crafting from the ironwood. That's a great idea. Then there's like maybe some like elemental sort of focus to it. Bendy swords. I'd slap my fellow players first, probably. Would you do one of those slappy hand thingies? Stretchy hand toy. Is this it? Really? I created this like this high fantasy concept of some kind of a bark and a wood that acts like iron, has a strength of steel, but acts as stretchy as bungee cord. And you the first thing you want to do is make the slappy hands to like slap your fellow players with. That's what you'd be doing. Rubber band guns. As a fighter, an improvised catapult for small player characters. The gnome shot. You designed the gnome shot. Holy shit. That's peak D&D player brain. Slappy hands. Tied across the interdimensional portal to trip the demons as they come out of the portal and force them back to the gate, where of course they get disintegrated. Stargate rules. That's I accept that Stargate rules govern all portal technology in D&D. Yes. Does sloppy hands have reach? I don't know. Sure, sloppy hands have reach. Why not? They do a grapple check. What about instead of a bendy sword, can I have segmented sword whip like Ivy from Soul Calibur? Yeah, and you get Ivy assets just automatically. It's like A cup, bendy sword, jeez. Like it's crazy, Ashy. It's crazy how whip swords work. I hope there was somebody who got that. You know, Ironwood needles. Like I'm joining my lightning and ironwood idea for my own book series. If you don't use it, I mean that'd be kind of cool. All right, Atari. Have a good rest of your day, bro. Have a good evening. A good night, whatever you're doing. Be good. All right. So some kind of process where they, okay, so you use the sap and the bark of the ironwood trees to form some kind of elastic material that is as stretchy as surgical tubing or bungee cord and as strong as elvish steel. Cannot be cut by mortal hands. Or some shit. I don't know. That sounds D&D and mystical. What We need to figure out what these trees look like as well, don't we? Do you have the armor trees have elemental affinity? If yes, specific elemental affinity, or does it vary from tree to tree? Ooh. I was thinking that they would have an elemental affinity if they have to, like, sort of, like, maybe conjure lightning in some way, or, like, direct lightning, or encourage lightning. Imagine advertising that you do VTuber assets, commissions, and people assume you mean overlays and emotes, and you just keep drawing their titty. Yeah, dude, it's a tough job out here, Ashy, for us VTuber artists. It's weird I haven't been commissioned. I've been offered VTuber commissions for years, and no one's actually wanted me to do a VTuber commission for them. Have I ever advertised this? No, but you know, it's still offensive that I've been willing to, and nobody's just read my mind and asked me to do it for them. One of these days, though, Ashy, I'll ruin my reputation on a VTuber. So, not before I ruin their reputation first. I feel normal use would be bowstrings, but a broken idea tied to a rock, and Mission Impossible run down a cliff. And then what? Detach it at the bottom before you get just flung up into the stratosphere until you're launched into the fucking astral sea. You get launched so far, your character ends up in your friend's Spelljammer game. Holy shit. What if VTubers who ask you to ask you to make stuff for them don't have titties in their character / profile? Oh. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know if I'd accept the commission for that. That's yeah. You have to ask your friend. You're like, hey man, one of my players slingshotted themselves so far that they need to end up in a different game. Can they end up in your game, please? You're playing Spelljammer, right? Yeah, cool. All right, slingshots are a go. We have the official weapon of the Windra. The official weapon is the magic-ish slingshot. They use their magic-ish slingshot to shoot various ammunitions from anything from steel. What do you call slingshot ammo? Ball bearings, balls. I don't know. From steel balls to all the way up to smoke bombs and even blitz balls. That's right. Yosh P won't do it, so I'll do it for you guys. Blitz ball is an official class in my D&D realm. Okay. Actually, though, pellet slugs. Slug sounds like the right term. Actually, maybe I'll have the rabbits have some sort of like kicking blitzball-y kind of game they play. Many would benefit folk use stretchy wood bark acorn shooters. They're not shooting Would ironwood acorns have some sort of magic? Like that would be dangerous, wouldn't it? Iron acorns. Holy shit, that's what they use for ammunition primarily. They use like ball bearings when they don't have access to the ironwood acorns, but like when they do have ironwood acorns, they just shoot those. Holy shit, that's pretty metal. All right, I like that. They explode on impact with steel filings that you inhale and eventually die from lung disease. Shit, that's dark, man.
I wish I could teach you how to blitz. I'm not that good. I never played the blitzball minigame. I never got Waka's special weapon in Final Fantasy X. Actually, did I? I don't remember. I remember avoiding lightning strikes for 6 hours and get Lulu's. Which also acts as a spreader for the seeds to grow. They just don't pick up their used ammo. They just shoot them and then, yeah. It's like, that'd be so, dude, that would be so, like, what a like cultural declaration of war, where like the diplomats are offered ironwood acorns so that at least the trees may grow from their corpses when they are slain or some shit. I don't know. Something meta like that. You know how Zoe and League uses her empowered shot? Could do something like that. They use feet on their handle and pull with their arms, give them them for a lot more power. So I was thinking about that, like a foot-mounted slingshot, right? Because they have their super strong feet or legs, as we referenced. Fuck, what was this guy's name? Shit. Hyungtae Kim's artwork, where Hyungtae Kim doesn't know how to draw a female character without thighs the size of 3 fucking baseball fields. So that's the average vibe of our Vieira. There's just yoga pant capris and I don't know. why what did I do, Ashy? What could I possibly done that deserves a thank you? Is it because I shouted out your YouTube when you wait? How many views does your YouTube have? Ashy of Heart. You're like twice my size on YouTube, so I don't want to, you know. Videos, 22 views. Have you got more views on your response than I have? Unbelievable. How could this Evan Blair person think he has the right to say these terrible things? Disgusting. I almost commented as Evangeline. Bunny Men's Booba. Yeah, well, that is part of the culture. Is they don't like to wear. They all just wear open shirts. So shotguns are great for loading a crossbow. That's true, actually. That is actually true. You're just deadlifting ballista bolts into your crossbow. All right. So one of them has. All right, we got to actually like. We got to clean up our concept here. So our male character is going to have a spear. So we also need to design the spears, because they have like glaive spears. So remember, their fighting style is very guerrilla, very hit and run, jump down from the trees kind of thing. So they have a lot of spears. I'm thinking more glaives. They use slashing weapons instead of stabbing weapons. So we've designed the range weapon, the slingshot of choice. We need to design the spear of choice. Or if we're going with Stargate rules, we'll just have the fucking Jaffa sticks or whatever. Bunny Lista, please stop. One of these times it'll stick. I can get behind the open shirts and crop tops. Open shirts and capri length pants so that they can show off their calf muscles. Not all of the Eldarian or Tolarian races will be super attractive, Guapo, but the Windra are, so. It's like in the culture of the Windra and the Azael to be very attractive. There's no such thing as an out of shape Windra. They're all just jacked. They all look like they've been to the gym, and they're just that kind of people that wear yoga pants to booster juice. Like that friend that you know that just always wears their gym clothes, but it's always like their clean whatever extra gym clothes.
we do double-sided spear, or do we do more like glaive style? Maybe we could do glaive style and have it be like slightly curved or whatever. On the inside that counts. Pepe laugh. You disgust me. SMH my head. Glaive style looks cool. What? Okay, fantasy glaive. Fantasy glaive. Fantasy glaive. These are cool. Ooh. There's lots of cool designs here. You know, you make the blade longer, actually. I like that. I kind of make them curved too. I don't know why. Maybe I'll make them curved. I don't know yet. You know, I'll make the blade longer. I'm gonna make it longer and thinner, so it's less of a chopping weapon and much more of a slicing weapon. Less choppy, more slicey. And one small feature I want to have in these weapons is I want to have them be slightly misshapen based on knots in the wood. Right? I want to have that imperfect sort of like pattern to it in the shape of the weapon as well. It kind of looks like it's made of like, I don't know, hastily crafted wood, but obviously not. Put a little wrap on it with kind of little charm or whatever. And then, okay, how do I do... Let's just warp this. How do I warp this easily? Edit. Transform. Caught the sneeze just in time. Caught it. There we go. Alright. Alright. Entities, thank you for the gifted subs, bro. I appreciate it. To Momo O'Brien. Wait, who's that? Momo O'Brien, thanks that, bro. Thanks for the gift. It's very kind of you. Thanks for supporting my stream and bringing someone to the guild and saying, hey, dude, now you remember the Dragon's Claim. Now you too can also complain about not getting good enough adventuring quests. You know? They're doing guerrilla tactics. What at the bottom hook is like a Chinese hook sword. To move shields and barricades. Chinese hook sword. Oh, with the like... Oh, that's cool. I like that. That's a good idea. That's a cool, like, design. I know it has to be, like, out more, but we're just going to reference the design here. Come on. Let's see what we got. So I'd use Obsidian, seems simple enough. Has a mobile app. Obsidian, what's that? Sounds like some game shit. I dig it.
That's cool. I like that. That's sick. That was a good idea. Those note sorter apps. Oh, you're talking about world building. Oh, yeah. Okay. Oh, right. You should talk about apps for World Anvil. Yeah, I guess if you just need something to like organize your thoughts. Look, I like World Anvil for a lot of reasons, but it ain't like I'm sponsored by them or anything. So, whatever the strongest tool is. And yeah, I guess if you like something just to sort your notes out, you want something really simple with a mobile app. I don't know. Hopefully, World Anvil does a mobile app. I'd love to be able to sit there like on my couch and think of something, an idea, and quick generate an article from it. If they are building a mobile app, that'd be sick. Okay. Next time Janet's in my chat, I'll ask her where the app is. Like, yo, Dimmy, where's my app at? To be fair, I actually don't know what their Twitch names are. Maybe they have been in my chat. I know there's a number of World Anvil individuals that come to my stream that I can harass about it. But to be fair, I don't know if like everybody at World Anvil's Twitch name. All right, this is sick. I like this. This is good. Okay, so we'll do a wrapping of some sort. Okay. Maybe I'll spend an entire evening stream one day converting all my sketches and stuff into World Anvil articles. Be like a much more chill stream, but that'd be fun. Because before I thought that I needed to have like text and stuff for every one of my articles, but I guess an image is good enough. If there's an image and a little bit of a brief description of like, hey, this is Amelia Hearthwood. She is from the Hearthwood. Here's the basic information about her. She's an Eldari. Oh, I forgot about the Eldari. Oh, shit. That's supposed to be another playable race in the game, the thing that I make. A project. Shit. I forgot. Forgot to make them a playable race. Because the thing is, Amelia was originally an Aasimar. Random question, what is their traditional hunting weapons? Bow, javelin, etc. The sling shot. Thorkin. We finally have an answer. The slingshot. Is that not a good hunting weapon, do you think? I think that it's fine as their weapon of war and their hunting weapon. Or do you think that doesn't work for hunting that well? What do you think, bro? Yeah, maybe I'll do that like tonight or tomorrow or whatever. Because tomorrow, I'm thinking of playing Baldur's Gate for a while on stream. Maybe
Maybe I'll do that tonight. Maybe I'll do a writing stream tonight where I convert a bunch of stuffed images. I wish it wasn't so annoying. Like World was great about uploading like images and stuff and like attributing artists. And I wouldn't want them to change it the way they have it because I like it, but it is time consuming to upload a lot of images to World Anvil, I find. Unless there's something I'm missing, you know, in which case A. Look me up. Wait, where's this? Is this on the sketch layer? Oh, god damn it. God damn it. Oh, the entire wrapping thing I just did isn't going to show. All right, well, that's fine. I ain't even mad. How's your TTRPG system imagining dragons coming along? I'm not really working on that much entities. I'm working on the first module, like the actual adventure. I'm trying to build the Astral Sage and the adventure before the fall starts. So like I'm shooting ideally for before the end of September to meet my own sort of like timeline. And I want to release them together. So I don't know. But I'm not doing too much with it right now, unfortunately. I was like, I spent some time writing some ideas down for it the other day, like a week or two ago, but honestly, if I'm having trouble building the Astral Sage class, you know, it's like writing mechanics for rules and stuff for myself is something that I'm super used to and super comfortable with. Writing mechanics and rules for other people is like way harder because you never know what people are going to use. You never know how people are going to ruin your shit. And it's like so much of writing mechanics for games is trying to figure out how people are going to ruin your game, you know? All right, so he's gonna have that. I don't think she's gonna have. She gonna be holding a slingshot, maybe, or is she gonna have a slingshot tucked into her belt? I think that'd be better. Let's tuck a slingshot. Let's do this one. Okay, we'll kill that. Oops. All right, cool. Cool. This is good. This is progress. The Windra are coming along nicely. Ooh, that's not what I want to do. Maybe we'll add like a dagger or something to them. Put our notes to them over here as well. Okay. Slings are a good hunting weapon, but slingshots aren't as effective. Why is a slingshot not as effective as a sling? Yeah, I thought the slingshots were better with like modern materials and stuff. They use spear throwers or sling weapons. So the reason why slingshots, as opposed to slings or any sort of like addle or spear throwers or anything, is because their whole thing is like stealthy guerrilla treetop warfare. So they don't have like, they can't wind up for a sling because they're like going to be in branches and shit. They can't like rear back for a spear or anything like that because they're like kind of like, you know, crunched in or whatever. They don't. That's why like a crossbow or a short bow or a slingshot, those all work, but for the purposes of what I want. But a large like throw-in item or like ninja stars or anything like that you have to really have these large, one, obvious, and two, requires a lot of space body movements. That doesn't work for me. So rap people should have like their own kickboxing martial art. We talked about this. Absolutely. Yeah, we're gonna create some sort of like taekwondo style kicking martial art that is like something that monks can train in or whatever, Gork, where it's like something that you could, that's like well known across the continent, that you can go train with the Windra for whatever their Windra like martial arts or whatever. I don't know. 100% though. I love that idea, there being things like that are you're known for, like elvish fencing or like, I don't know what dwarves are known for. I was gonna say dwarvish axe throwing, but that seems too easy. It's time. Wait, it's time consuming. I don't know how to do multiple languages at the same time. Upload, click, add credits and stuff. Save. Click next. Yeah. What is Bunny Dude doing with his staff then in the trees? So part of their whole thing though is like hit and run. So like a lot of the idea behind their like long weapons and glaives and stuff is that they're good weapons for like jumping out of trees and attacking people with. So the whole idea of the glaives is that they have them in treetops that they can like stealthily, you know, as best they can with these long ass spears, but basically descend and jump from the trees. It's like a different type of, although they're primarily like this guerrilla treetop warfare. It doesn't mean they don't have more formal warfare where they have longer weapons and things like that, right? So for me, the long blade glaive is like a good example of a weapon that they would use with like also the ability to do a lot of like jumping and acrobatics, because they're very acrobatic. They're very attack from above, whether that's gaining range by jumping, because the whole idea of the Windra is that they're incredible jumpers. I don't know how to translate this into rules, but I think like what is the distance of jumps for athletics checks? Distance of jumps in 5e athletics checks. You can reach above your distance equal. Wait. In some circumstances, your GM might allow you to make a strength athletics checks to jump higher than you normally can. You can extend your arms half your height above yourself during the jump. Thus, you can reach above you a distance equal to a height of the jump plus one half times your height. What? Hold on. Wait. So what is this? Feet equal... Wait, when you make a high jump, you leap into the air, number of feet equal to 3 plus your strength modifier. If you move at least 10 feet, a foot immediately before the jump. When you make a standing high jump, you can only jump half the distance either way. Each foot you clear on the jump costs a foot of movement. In some circumstances, your GM might allow you to make it. Okay, yeah. So you can jump a number of feet equal to 3 plus your strength modifier. So if your strength modifier is 4, then you can jump 7 feet into the air. So for the Windara, I might say a rule, like, you triple your strength modifier when jumping. So that'd mean if you have a strength of 4, 8, 12, 13, 14, 15. So you can jump 15 feet in the air. That's what I wanted. That's exactly what I wanted, is for you to jump, is for them to be able to jump 15 feet in the air. I said that exact fucking number earlier today. That's so perfect. So for wording how, like, part of their mechanic here is that, yeah, they can add it and maybe some sort of like special action where they can make a jump it check or whatever. They can
I don't know how to word this exactly, but like the spirit of the ability would be you could choose not to move and instead perform a leaping attack. It provokes an attack of opportunity. However, you can leap. You can like if you jump at least higher than the opponent is or whatever, you get advantage on your attacks or your next attack roll, something like that or whatever. That's the spirit of what I want for the Windara. You know, a springy quarterstaff-like weapon that has blades or spikes down the sides of the head, but can also be used like a pole vault. Like a pole vault. Wouldn't that be too long though? Because like even this feels too long to navigate the trees. I mean, you could just say that you can use this as a pole vault, I guess, because this the steel oak that they use or whatever, the ironwood material that we designed earlier on can be flexible. So long jump is strength score, high jump is strength score. Parent gun race from MPMM gives them a 5x proficiency action jump. So what does that equate to for actual numbers? Also, what's up, Brute? How's it going, bro? How would you hold it for pole vaulting though if you're using the blade to vault off of? I don't know, dude. You just dig it into the ground, you slap it into a tree or some shit, and then you fly up with it. I ain't too worried about it. Players are creative. They'll figure it out. You know? I mean, you don't have to use your staff for pole vaulting. You could if you wanted to. Is all I'm saying. Is if you wanted to try and convince me that you want to use your glaive as a pole vault, I'd allow it. I think it's cool. All right, so we have our slingshot, our glaive. So I guess this will be our piece of this will be our sketch that we try and finish for the actual Windra. Put that formally up in the corner here. The Windra. Okay. Bonus to jumping. Can make a leap attack. What else? What else do we need to write about these for notes? When we actually write our mechanics down. It's level based on proficiency, so level 1 is 10-foot jump. Oh, okay, right. So it's 5x? Wait, that's not right. There's no way that's what they. There's no way, man, that's 5x of like a 10-foot jump at level 1, right? I must be misunderstanding something. Because that seems way too jacked for me. Loose ninja vibes, pre-length pants, fully capes, longer fluffy hair, wood weapons / armor, slingshots, some kind of super elastic material, magic. Bonus to jumping, can make leap attacks. Lives in trees, tree houses. Canopy, warfare. We need to figure out their kicking. Martial art. Some kind of like bladed shoes as well. Maybe it's part of that martial art. Like, I wonder if they all just have like these like razor edges on their shoes or something. Like, that'd be dangerous, but it'd be cool as fuck. They just carry these like sharp blades. Ooh. Wait, was that ever a thing? Hold on. Historically, have bladed shoes ever been a thing? Bladed shoes. Medieval bladed shoes.
Let's see. I don't think so. Not in the way that I'm thinking. Yeah, pokey boots, but not bladed shoes. Kratos? No, Sabatons. Those are cool, man. Those are sick. I want some Sabatons, man. How much are a pair of gothic fucking Sabatons? No, I don't think that would ever be a thing. There's no historical grounds for it, I guess. Ice skates. 5x proficiency bonus, which starts at level +2 at level 1, so at level 5 it's 15 because... Oh, okay, I see what you're saying. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. I think there are spring-loaded boot knives, but that's pretty much modern invention. Yeah, the ones that come out of the, like, front of the, like, the sole or whatever. Which, that's cool, too. Like, it'd be cool to, like, have these designs, different designs for, like, bladed shoes. Based on this martial art. You know? Like, you could make a class or whatever that uses those, like a subclass of monk that does slashing damage when they make like some sort of like kick attack or whatever, an unarmed strike with their feetsies. You know? Did Wolverine's daughter in X-Men have knives in her foot? Wolverine's daughter feet. Laura has claws in her feet in Logan. Oh yeah. Okay. That was a dangerous Google. Wait, no. Show me the... Stop it. I don't want to allow the ads. Yeah, there you go. She's got a foot spike. She got her foot feetsies. Cool. I don't think I've ever seen Logan or any of the X-Men movies past like the old ones. I like checked the fuck out, man, on superhero movies. I didn't see any of the good X-Men or Wolverine movies. None of that shit. And the Wolverine ones are the ones that I feel like I missed out on the most. His snicked claws. Alright, close that. I don't need that Google image search. You know what? X23, am I? Googling feet, are you daft? Look, I had to. It was posed, right? Yeah, I did a search request. Alright, what else do we need to think about for them? What else? Okay, so what else we got to worry about? We have their living conditions and living space figured out. We have their general like their martial art, their culture, their war fighting. How would they... What questions are players going to have about them? What does the average player need to know? Food? Yeah, I wonder what... Like, I imagine that they... Since they do a lot of, like, forest farming and gathering and stuff, I imagine that they do a ton of, like, foraging. There's like a lot of like mushrooms and stews and wild game and things like that. Just like forest, sort of boreal rainforest scavenging. I don't want to make them anything like vegetarians or some shit, because they're like, oh, we're rabbits and we're prey animals, so we're vegetarians. No, they're out there skinning shit and eating stuff just like anybody else. I mean, export and import? That's a good question. They probably don't let their ironwood go pretty easily. I don't know. What would you export from a boreal forest?
We said that they really would be good at like weaving and embroidery. So maybe they're part of that's like their cloth or their linens or something like that. That'd be cool. Still watch the movies? I guess I could, yeah. It's hard to get me to want to watch a movie recently. Enjoyed Logan, can't say I've watched many X-Men movies though. That's fair. What about cultivated plants, gardens, or don't any have farms? We talked about having little farms, like little treetop sort of like gardens growing on like large like fungus pod type things, like mushrooms. I don't know if these like the slab mushrooms are called on trees, but that like growing out into a garden space that you can cultivate and garden from. So they would have some gardening. I mean, they live in forests and in trees, but they still do like farm and garden and stuff. So it'd be more like vegetable gardens and like fresh vegetables, as opposed to like grain and wheat fields and shit like that. They wouldn't really have like corn and those kind of crops, but they would have gardens. So there'd be a lot of gardening and not as much like mass farming, but they'd have tons of gardens. What else? What does a player need to know? Your average player. There's lots of stuff about like politics and their religion and like all the stuff that like are kind of irrelevant to like a player that's just trying to create one that fits into society. Textiles, yeah. Travel, such mount, ships, etc. I imagine they're not really shipbuilders. So they'll probably have some sort of like natural sort of like canoes or whatever that they use, or small sailing vessels, but they probably don't. They're probably not world travelers. I imagine, so they're pretty isolated. They're not like reclusive, but they're isolated. Shelf fungi? Yeah, that's exactly it. Like a giant shelf fungi that's like sort of upside down, so you can like cultivate soil and vegetables and stuff in it. Probably not that much into sailing and travel. Mounts, I wonder if they don't really ride any mounts because they're just fast, man. They just like run everywhere. Like I wonder if they can run at like, that'd be OP if we had like 2x their movement speed would be OP, but maybe it'd be fun. I don't care about necessarily creating OP stuff that's going to be fun, because I'm not worried about the people who will abuse it. People who abuse it aren't like necessarily who I'm building for. And at the end of the day, my hot take about players abusing mechanics in games is that if a player is abusing a mechanic of the game in your D&D game in bad faith, that's why I use the word abuse, then you should know how to handle it as a GM. You could say, well, don't make mechanics, they're easy to abuse. Yeah, fair, but what if that mechanic is really cool? And you want to allow for those really cool moments for cool players, and you don't want to let it, you don't want to like balance the fun out of it. What else? Yeah, I don't imagine them having like any sort of like unique mounts or whatever. I think like horses and goats and roll beasts are like pretty standard common mounts across the entire world. It's kind of like how I like how in Final Fantasy they have the chocobo, where the chocobo is like the universal mount everybody uses. It's not like, oh, the Lalafell use a rolling slug and the Elysian use a inside out hut from Star Wars. Like companions like pet or something, maybe they carry them in a pouch or something. No, they're good questions, Thorkin. To me, a lot of those questions are more of a personal preference of the player and not necessarily like a question that I need to answer for like how to play one. It's like you want to figure out the main like mechanical and day-to-day interactions that make them feel unique, but a lot of it is going to be come down to things that the players are doing individually that is like uniquely them, if that makes sense. The deities, I don't think that they really carry much of a, like, that's the thing about their religion. I don't think that they are going to be a particularly religious faction. They're very in tune with their forest, so I don't think that they would carry a spirituality that involves like personality, like the personification of things into deities. They probably just have a general like appreciation for the natural world. I don't know if that, I don't really want that to manifest into like spirits or like whatever, kami or anything like that. I think they just have like a general sort of like spirituality about maybe like the cycle of life and death and the forest, and they definitely would have respect for that probably, because like the entire cycle is important. Death and decay and life and rebirth, you know, things like that. Companion pets is interesting though. What kind of pets do they keep? They would keep rabbits, I wonder. Would it be weird for the rabbit folk to keep rabbits? Like, how do they treat rabbits? Do they treat rabbits? I wonder if you're a rabbit folk person, you treat rabbits the same way that we would treat like a chimpanzee or like a monkey or some shit. You know? Democracy, monarchy, tribal, or something else. Yeah. That's what I mean by like the political dealings of them. Would a player care about any of that though, is the question. Because I don't actually know. Like, obviously I'll write all this stuff down at some point in time in a giant article, but I'm trying to figure out the TLDR. I'm a player. I want to play one of these bros. What Evan, give me the paragraph, the 2 paragraphs that I'll read about how to play it, and I'll figure it out, and I'll play the dude. You know, I wonder what they like the players care about in a moment to moment sort of gameplay. There's a lot of stories we can tell, a lot of things we can talk about, but I don't know what the players would care about. For creating your Windra. I'm so excited for people to play in Eldara and actually like create these characters. Dude, I'm just so excited for people to get a chance to play in this world. You know, it's so when the day the adventure's out and the campaign guide is like functioning in some way, and there's enough information to create characters in Eldara, enough rules out there, and I find out that people are playing their games in Eldara or using Eldara customizations. I'm just so excited to find out what people do with it, you know? Discord? Oh, sure. Thanks, Ella. Play the race, they would. Maybe. I mean, like, look, not a lot of players care about that kind of stuff. You know, in my experience, Unico, most players who choose a race in a D&D like setting are like, hey, that dude's blue and has horns. Cool enough for me. You know, and you give them like the average player's tolerance, I think, is very, very small for what they're willing to read background on like a race or a class or whatever. They're like, hey, this looks cool. What do I need to know? Cool, they live in trees. They got this martial art. They like to eat like forest foraging and fungus and cool stuff like that. They're very much in tune with nature. Cool, there we go. I don't think like the average person, it's like, because the problem is we have too much information that'll scare people off. If you give a player, like the average player, not like the D&D hardcore individual like you and I, but the average person who's like, yeah, I'll try this new thing. What was it called? Eldara by
by Evan who asked. Sure, why not? What's this? Oh, this cool race. Oh fuck, that's a lot of writing or reading I got to do. That's a lot of bullshit. That's right. It's like I wonder if they would be tolerant of that. So tribes united under a singular rule hierarchy, if you will. A hierarchy. Oh god, why did I read that? I should have just said hierarchy and moved on. Like I didn't even go back to notice that was. All right. Anyway. Yeah, I think that like there was going to be nobility. There's going to be a monarchy. You talked about that. Base it off of like feudal Japan instead. Keep them really ninja-y or whatever. Base it off of Naruto. Oh. Make them the most anime possible. I don't know. That'll be a big World Anvil article. So, all right, I might be live tonight. I might be doing some writing and some World Anvil article converting and things like that, but I'm not sure yet. I don't know. I might just say fuck it and do work and then play Final Fantasy 14 later with Ella. And then tomorrow I'm thinking about going live and playing Baldur's Gate 3. I've been waiting for a D&D game to come out that I can finally play on stream, and I think we have it. I think we finally have our Baldur's Gate game. So I might play that tomorrow or on Friday. I don't know which one. We'll see. Probably tomorrow, though. There's a high chance that I'll be playing Baldur's Gate tomorrow. I think it's Steam open. I need to download it. I need to remind myself to do that. All right. For now, though, I think that's about it for today, for the stream, for all of that. So thank you guys for hanging out. Thanks for chilling with me. Thanks for keeping me company while I did my dumb world building rabbit people at work. So we got some pretty good stuff figured out. I'm pretty proud of it. So I don't know. I like it. I like these. I like our Windra. They're kind of cool. So thanks for chilling today, guys. I appreciate it. Thanks for everything. Thanks for all the bits and the subs and I don't think there's I was gonna say the raid, but I don't know, was there a raid earlier? It was yesterday. All right, PogChamp. I appreciate y'all. So yeah, I'll be live tomorrow, probably with Baldur's Gate. I don't know yet, 100%. But either way, man, have a great rest of your day and have a great rest of your week if I don't see you. Otherwise, I'll see you tomorrow at 10 a.m. And until then, farewell.